And if you want to. All right.
Put a hand on that for me and just get it out from around the camera here. Okay.
And then we need to twist it so that it isn't in our way when we install. I'm going to twist it back this way. Is that enough? Maybe a little more?
Yeah, no, I think that bias is in. Is that a full 180? Yeah.
I think we need to go one more. It was enough to get it to go another. It was the 180, but you know that aligned it with where the clocking of the connector is.
Still
we
seems
might need to go more.
Yeah, it seems to want to bias still toward the plate.
Christina, Drew, if the twisting is not helping with the cable mate, the twist is not required.
I think we'll put a little bit of a twist in to bias it a little bit, but otherwise I think we'll be able to tend it out of the way.
Okay.
Copy. And FYI, the arm is in motion for the next EP position.
Copy.
There you go. Take both side load off.
And made it over center.
Copy. Good checks on your cable mating. Close the 3 TA clamps.
Roger.
I heard Drew get the pins on those cables, and I can confirm they were still clear when I connected it.
Drew, Christina, for the TA clamps, you can leave them as is.
Okay, we'll leave the TA clamps. Okay. I think at a minimum I need a HFR movement here. Roll anyhow.
Christina, Drew, we copy. If it's a good time, we'd like a glove, hap, and gauntlet check, please.
Copy for EV1. No changes on my glove. Full little eraser mark. Other than that, no changes. A dry hap, and my gauntlets are down.
382, my hap is dry, my gauntlets are down. That's no progression at all on that little bit of feeling I had on the right palm. I see a little bit of similar on the left palm, but still very intense RTB underneath. I can see clearly.
Four hours, 23 minutes.
Check the EV1, EV2. PET is 4 hours, 25 minutes. And we'd like to get your assessment at this time of continuing on to do one of the blocks, moving battery 3 onto slot 2.
I'm going to go for that.
I'm going to go.
Copy. We'll continue. Thank you.
And Stephanie, I am located at battery 3, and I can take any steps that you may have.
Yes, verify the PGT with the hex driver is clear of that slot, and also that the adapter plate cable that you are working with is also clear.
Okay.
For Drew,
the cable is clear.
And just like that, we are 4 hours, 25 minutes into today's spacewalk. As you just heard, they are done with the primary task for the day. Going to move forward with one get-ahead right now.
saying it's a roll to Foxtrot. You should be upright to over the middle column.
After that, I can confirm a roll to Foxtrot.
Copy that.
And they're literally just going to take one of the tasks that was planned for EVA number 2 and move it into spacewalk number 1 now. They're going to be removing battery 3. And that's a battery and a number, so it's a nickel hydrogen battery.
Clear of the area in front of battery 3.
And they're going to move it over to the adapter plate that they just got finished installing in slot number 2. Remember, these adapter plates are not only providing the completed circuit for the new lithium-ion batteries, they can serve as a permanent storage spot for the old nickel hydrogen batteries, and that's what this one's about to become.
Scanner here.
Yep, I put my one on the other side. Now I'll put that on. Got it. Okay. And then I was going to bias this way so my safety tether was not over top of the battery. Now that's fixed. Thank you.
And we also just saw the crew members complete another glove, gauntlet, and HAP check.
Copy 0096. Double check ingress aid stowed and tethers clear.
Ingress aid is stowed, tether's clear.
Again, doing those checks periodically throughout just to make sure no changes to their gloves, which they're using to do all of the work today, so the things touching station the most. The HAP and the helmet, making sure it's dry, no water introduced into the helmet. And the gauntlets are just the part of the glove that cover the glove to arm connection. Just want to make sure that those are down and they don't get flipped up by rubbing against or getting snagged on anything while they're continuing to work. From this view, though, we can see both the exposed pallet connected to the robotic arm on the right, and that looks like Drew Morgan hanging down underneath the truss of the station. You can tell by no red stripes on his suit. And they're moving into the get-ahead. Again, they're going to be taking a nickel hydrogen battery out of slot number 3 and installing it on top of the adapter plate that they just finished attaching. 4 hours, 27 minutes, 15 seconds into today's spacewalk.
We'll go counterclockwise. Setting up Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
That is affirmative. Those are good settings.
Okay, and we're going after H1 first.
That's affirmed. Confirm tape line flush on the H1 scoop.
Work.
A little more. All right.
Okay, tape line flush.
And it looks even to me.
Copy release H1 about 8 turns.
Copy. Turns. 3 turns.
And it's skipping, and I start to skip at 4 turns like the others.
Yep, and I see it's an unlock.
Copy 4 turns unlock for H1. Same settings for H2. Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2.
Okay, Alpha 7, counterclockwise.
Line flush.
Line flush.
Copy flush on H2. Release H2 about 19 turns.
Okay, 19 turns. Starting turns.
Jacking. first view with it, Trent?
5 turns.
And we are just approaching 4.5 hours into today's spacewalk, done with all the tasks that were on the schedule for the day. Already getting into some of the ones that were scheduled for the following spacewalk later this week. Looking through the helmet cam of Christina Cook, she's watching as Drew Morgan operates his pistol grip tool. They're right now removing one of the old nickel hydrogen batteries that's going to go onto the adapter plate that they just installed for permanent storage.
You were a bit broken.
15.
Copy 1515.
Negative 1717.
Okay, got it now. 1717. Thank you.
You got status indicator is unlocked.
Yes, I did copy that. Status indicator unlock. Christina, unlock the ret. The two of you can work together to remove the battery from stop dock.
And Stephanie, just real quick, just to get a big picture of where we're taking this one to the adapter plate on slot 2.
That's affirmative. You'll hand it off to Christina. She'll hold it for you while you roll the APFR to be more aligned with the outboard column of batteries, and then you'll work together to install it in that location in slot 2.
Copy.
Let me get a local down. I'll be ready to take it. Okay. And I think in terms of positioning, you'll just see right there. So maybe if I stay right here, but I take H1, that way I can pass it to you. That's H.
Yeah, because I'm basically, I mean,
Oh, it needs to flip.
But we could do that. I could do that right now.
Do it now or when you receive it. Yep, agreed.
Like, we could just back it away enough that we're clear, and then I can flip it. We'll keep it spins oriented towards the IEA.
You are clear.
There? Okay.
Yep. I have the battery.
You have the battery.
And I'm ready for you to do your APFR change.
Right. Try to roll, staying in the APFR. I think you could pass the battery just a little bit that way.
Yep.
Get it on a scoop.
Christina and Drew, for your information, the arm is in motion with the EP.
Copy.
Copy. All right now.
Yeah.
And at this point, they have that nickel hydrogen battery free. They're going to maneuver it over to the adapter plate alpha that just got installed in slot number 2. So again, a bit of a shell game here with a lot of moving parts. But they just installed that adapter plate, which serves 2 different functions, completing the circuit between the new lithium-ion battery and the battery discharge control unit. It's also going to serve as a storage port for a number of these batteries. Again, every time we do one of these sections of battery upgrades,
Give yours back.
we're replacing 12 nickel hydrogen batteries with 6 lithium-ion batteries. 9 of those nickel hydrogen batteries are going to make their way onto the exposed pallet to get installed on a future HTV and then burn up in the Earth's atmosphere when it re-enters. 3 of these nickel hydrogen batteries are going to go on top of adapter plates for permanent storage on board the station. And this will be one such adapter plate that's going to be holding a battery. We'll get that video signal back with the station momentarily. The crew continuing to work through. They're going to position the battery now and get ready to install it.
Cable there.
Copy. I'm going to let go. Got it?
I have control.
All right, and I'll get the cable out of the way. Good by one. Okay, cable's out of the way.
Copy.
And I've got good eyes on the stop strap.
Okay.
Thing we'll need to watch is this cable even on your end. What I want to make sure is the cables all the way underneath as well.
Yeah, I won't feed it yet.
Okay, yep, you're good. So
Okay.
now it goes outboard a little bit.
Upward.
Outboard and a little up towards your head or up.
Up toward my head.
And black lines aligned. So pitch it back or up a little bit. So and towards your feet needs to go down.
Toward my feet.
Also needs to go out. So the black marks that you're looking for alignment, I don't know if you've noticed this, but
No, unfortunately, I can't see them over the edge of the battery.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, here, let me drive you over here. All right, so the whole thing go a little bit outboard.
Upward.
Yep, like there.
Yep.
Bit towards the battery.
Close the gap with the battery.
Planners. Black sand pipe. I think it's on here. All right. So we need to go towards the radiator side. So lift out a little bit.
Out.
Yep. And okay, now down.
And down.
Yep. Going down. And then I think you might need to put your left hand down more. Your right. Yep.
Left hand down more.
Yeah. Right now it's a little off. And you may need to come out first on your right. Yeah. So just, you're really aligned. You just need to put your left and right hands down at the same rate.
I feel that the left one is out more.
Yep. That's the one that needs to go down more. And also it needs to go down over here. There we go. Yep. Push it on. You're either in soft dock or you're on it. Yep. I think we're in soft dock. Definitely.
Let me lock this.
Yeah, I would lock out a lot more stuff than that. I've got a hand on it down. All right, Stephanie, we have battery 3 soft docked onto slot 2.
Copy. Nice work. I have PGT settings for your PGT, Christina, with the 6-inch socket.
Drew?
Okay, I have the PVT.
Ready for setting.
Okay, Alpha 7, clockwise 2. I have set.
Those are good settings. Confirm tape line flush to the H2 scoop.
And work.
All right, cable and flush. Very straight.
Copy tape line flush. Drive H2 16 to 17 turns.
And we are jacking.
If you've been following along, the crew now installing battery 3 on top of adapter plate A and battery slot number 2. Again, this is one of the older nickel hydrogen batteries that's up for replacement during the series of spacewalks. This is a get-ahead task. They're installing it onto an adapter plate for permanent storage.
Green light, 9.2 on the torque. We have 16 turns.
Copy 9.2 torque, 16.16 turns, green light, status indicator lock. Same settings for H1, Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
How's your position on that? Do you want me to put a finger on the PGT again, or is it good? Can you come over there? Jesus.
I'll always take your assistance.
All right, then give me one moment. I may need you to loosen the PGT while I pull up my local.
From?
I'm translating away from you. Check.
No problem. Stand by. Let me,
yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. Okay. Yeah, now you have slack.
Slack, okay, thanks.
Yep.
Right. Make this corner. Okay. Now
Line flush.
is local.
Okay, I'll take that finger right on the top when you're...
Okay. Yep. And let me get a good look at the alignment. Okay. A little bit more towards the radiator like that, yeah.
Okay. Turns.
Copy.
Four and a half, it looks like.
Yep, concur.
Indicator is locked. Light 9.1 on the torque. Yeah, turns.
Copy 4.5 turns, 9.1 on the torque, status indicator lock, and do you have a green light?
Affirmative, green light.
Copy. Nice work. Unlock and release the RET. Stow the PGT, and we show PET of 4 hours, 43 minutes. We believe we have time to complete the next set, translating to the EP to retrieve battery B and move it to the IAA in slot 3.
Okay, I agree.
Okay, very good.
How about you?
Yep, we're go.
So we're, Stephanie, are we both go ahead and translate to the EP? Can we leave the work site now, or any pre-up we need to do out here?
Yes, Christina, you can start your translation to the EP. We have a little more work for Drew at the IAA.
Okay, copy.
All right, and with that, battery 3 now installed onto that adapter plate.
We'll be reconfiguring the APFR.
That's affirmative. You'll roll it back to Foxtrot to be upright with the middle column of batteries, and then we have some scoop work.
Okay. We'll upright to Foxtrot.
And with the crew moving quickly through this get-ahead task, they are going to tack one more on for the day. Christina Cook's going to start making her way back over to that exposed pallet and start preparing one more battery, another lithium-ion battery, to get removed and moved into its new slot to actually start to get it integrated with the station's electrical power system.
One of the battery we were just working on to the PFCS H4.
Okay, copy. H1 from the battery we just placed.
And that's a good retrieval location.
So right now what's going to happen is Christina Cook is making her way over to that exposed pallet. Once she gets there, first task for her is going to relocate some scoops. Again, these scoops are those metallic objects you see them attaching to the batteries. That gives them an actual handhold for maneuvering the battery back and forth. She's going to take the ones off of the nickel hydrogen battery that was relocated over to the exposed pallet. She's going to take them off and attach them to the lithium-ion battery in slot Bravo, or B, that she's going to be then detaching and then moving it back to the integrated equipment assembly with Drew Morgan once he makes his way over. Before he heads over, Drew Morgan's relocating a scoop from one of the batteries in slot 2 over to another point on the IEA, that integrated equipment assembly, just to give him an additional handhold as they get ready to install this new lithium-ion battery. This battery is going to go into slot 3 on the IEA, that integrated equipment assembly. That's where they just pulled a nickel hydrogen battery out of before attaching it to an adapter plate. So again, the shell game continuing. We started off with an empty slot on the exposed pallet, or 3 empty slots, one that was filled with a nickel hydrogen battery, and that just kind of opened up the piecemeal that we're now going to follow to begin swapping out all of these batteries over the next couple of weeks.
Yes, installed it.
And the clocking on that again, Stephanie?
Clocking for the PFCS H4 is 6 o'clock.
It's on H4, yes. In lock.
Copy, thank you. With the completion of the APFR work and the scoop work, we show you complete at the IEA, translate near the EP for the battery handoff.
Copy that. But this one that will not require me to be on the EP.
We believe you will not have to be on the EP.
Copy.
Well, with Drew Morgan done relocating that scoop, he's going to translate or move over towards that exposed pallet. where Christina Cook's already making her way to. She's setting up the foot restraint to get in and begin releasing a battery. While they're in that transit work, let's try to get a couple more Ask NASA questions in there. This first one comes from Noni, and I've seen this a couple of times, wondering if those are mirrors on their hands, and if so, what are they used for? They are mirrors, and they're actually used to read the different displays on the front of the suit, kind of on the chest of the EMU, the spacesuit that they're wearing. It has a lot of the data readouts, things like oxygen levels, pressure. It has their cooling temperature control, and since the suit is configured in a way where you can't bend at the neck to actually look down and see that, they use a mirror to look at it. That's also why all of those displays are printed backwards. So if you were to look at just the outside of one of these suits, you would see all of the writing backwards because they use that mirror to actually look down and see the readouts on the front of their suits. Our next question comes from Joshua. He said, how did the EVA planners decide on 5 spacewalks for the battery replacement sequence? And if all the batteries are done in the first 4, would the 5th one be canceled? Well, they plan all of these spacewalks out very meticulously, and they actually do a lot of trial runs in what we call the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory. It's our giant underground swimming pool where we have a full mock-up of the space station, and they're actually able to move with astronauts through all these different procedures. But that's how they come up with how long they expect these activities to take. That's how we landed on 5.
Yeah, so I can just give it a tug. It's kind of in between the BRT and the mini workstation. I think if it's just pull on it, turn your waist toward me. I'll give it a tug.
But just to finish on that last thought, if all the batteries are done in the first 4, the 5th spacewalk may not happen. Depends on if they have other items that are deemed a high enough priority to take part in their own spacewalk. But as we've seen, the crew members getting through all their tasks, and 2 of the tasks that were already slotted for the 2nd spacewalk, so it is feasible that they could complete all of this work in less than 5. Then our next question real quick comes from Dave. He wanted to know, how many spacewalks have there been in the history of the International Space Station? There have been 218. This is the 219th. In those 218 spacewalks, there's been 56 days, 23 hours, and 26 minutes of spacewalking time, and we'll update that number at the end of today's activity when we get the final closeout time. Right now, we're already 4 hours, 52 minutes and counting into today's spacewalk. Our next question comes from Space Siblings. They wanted to know if we're going to be adding any new modules to the station in the near future. There's a good chance that we're going to be looking at potentially adding commercial modules to the station in the not too distant future. There are also 2 Russian modules which are slated to launch and arrive, adding new laboratory facilities again in the not too distant future. So the space station hasn't increased in size very much over the last couple of years. One of the most significant additions, probably the Bigelow Expandable Activity Module, but there is going to be some more work coming up in the future to add more stuff onto the station, make it even larger.
Drew, I will take any and all help you are willing to offer for this ingress.
What's that? I'm set.
And Christina, prior to ingress, there is a scoop relocation from Battery Alpha to Battery Bravo that you could do free float.
Okay, so would like me to translate to the EP and do that, and then ingress?
That might make more sense for me to get out there.
Christina,
let us know who you like doing what task.
Copy. We were thinking you would do it, but let me check.
Okay, copy.
case, Nano, one way or the other, I think we'll need the ingress 8 out, because then since we lost our TCA distance, I won't be able to reach across up to the ingress 8.
That'll definitely come up. I agree.
Drew, Christina, for the scoop move, either way is fine, whatever your assessment is as to who could accomplish it more easily.
Okay. Well, just only to work in parallel, I'm thinking maybe while I ingress.
Yep, I think so. So I'll climb up the ingress 8 here before you ingress.
Okay.
And go out there.
All right, get out of your way here.
We copy. We like your plan.
So for me, when I, Drew?
Great. And up.
Okay, I see Drew's on the AP.
Copy.
And now let me know if you need some eyes.
Okay.
And in the meantime, I'll start working scoops.
So right now, both Christina Cook and Drew Morgan have made their way back over to that exposed pallet, still holding a bunch of the new lithium-ion batteries in the grips of the station's robotic arm. Christina Cook's going to be making her way into the foot restraint. She'll be using that pistol grip tool again, that drill, to release battery Bravo, battery B. And then they're going to once again carry it over in tandem, passing the battery back and forth between each other as they move down the handrails over to the integrated equipment assembly, where they're going to install this into the now open spot where battery 3 was until it was just moved by these spacewalkers about 30 minutes ago.
Okay. Got my plus with the EP?
Your plus with EP, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Stephanie, I see H1 of the new battery in slot B.
Copy. Scoop clocking is 6 o'clock.
The clock, and so that would be like as if still as Christina was in the APFR, it would be 6 o'clock to her, correct?
That's affirmed.
It's causing problems. It's locked 6 o'clock, H1. B.
Copy. H1 locked at 6 o'clock, and it's the same for H2, 6 o'clock.
All right, sorry. the right one is good to go.
Yep. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, just now past the 5-hour mark in today's spacewalk.
Just tell me, do you see that it looks like my left foot is too far in?
We're already on our second get-ahead task for the day.
Oh, it needs to go a touch further.
Okay.
Further in, yeah, and then I'm able to assess where the heel is relative to the plate, but
right now, astronaut Christina Cook positioning herself to get the drill ready and remove battery Bravo, one of the new lithium-ion batteries. Again, all the goal of today's spacewalk and those in the coming weeks to swap out 12 old nickel hydrogen batteries with 6 new lithium-ion batteries. The greater energy density, these batteries being swapped in, plan to last the remainder of the station lifetime. They've already installed one and moved 3 old nickel hydrogen batteries out of their initial spots. And this will be the second lithium-ion battery to get moved over from this exposed pallet over to the integrated equipment assembly, which is where they're keeping, or where all the batteries actually plug into the station's power system. Again, these large batteries, the new lithium-ion ones weighing in excess of 400 pounds, used to distribute electrical power to systems on board the station. They get charged by the large solar arrays, which generate all of the power through electricity harnessed by using the sun. And then when they're in darkness, these batteries kick in to keep continuous power going to all of the different systems on the station.
I can hand you this one here. Get them.
Look at 6.
Look at 6.
Copy. Okay, lock on 6 o'clock.
Copy scoop on H2 at 6 o'clock.
Get back to you?
Yep, send it back to me.
Okay.
Christina, check ingress aid stowed and tethers clear.
Ingress aid is stowed, tethers are clear.
Copy, tell us the serial number.
All right, we're looking at 0005.
Copy 0005, that's
I'm going
expected.
to come back over to structure.
Yes, that's a good plan, Drew. Christina, ret to the H2 scoop, locking it out with slack.
Copy. Will this end up in my left hand or my right hand when we're shepherding?
All right, Nan, will feel me on the ingress aid a little bit.
No worries.
Prior to the shepherding, there is a ret swap with Drew's ret on the H1 scoop.
Copy. In that case, I have a ret to H2 and locking it out now.
Copy.
Locked out.
Copy. PGT with the 6-inch socket is next. I'll have settings when you're ready.
Ready for setting.
Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 7, counter 2. Set.
Could settings confirm tape line flush to the H2 scoop?
We can see the crew members have installed the 2 scoops. Again, those are just the metallic handles. You can see one right in front of Christina Cook here, which she's going to use to align the pistol grip tool to begin releasing this battery. And then those scoops are what the astronauts are going to use as handholds as they pass the battery back and forth, making their way from the pallet over to the install point on the IEA, that integrated equipment assembly.
Okay, I have tape line flush on H2.
Copy, release H2, about 19 turns.
The inward. Out. All right, and I have a red light that I can keep going because I am releasing. I believe that's what we determined last time. I'll continue to release.
Checking. Yes, continue with the red light towards release.
Copy.
It is jacking.
Copy. Okay, I think we're skipping, and that started at 18 turns.
Copy, 18 turns.
Can confirm we are released.
Copy, and the status indicator is unlock.
Is unlocked, and I am. Yeah, I've retrieved my PG.
Copy, unlock the RET. 20 seconds to a 20-second handover.
Copy, that'll be in work.
And another one of those quick handovers. We'll get that video and audio comm back with the crew members momentarily. The station communicating with the ground through the TDRS tracking data and relay satellites. Meanwhile, the teams here in Mission Control Houston continuing to follow along step by step with the crew members. We're 5 hours, 8 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Right on the one you send to me.
Christina, Drew, we're back with you. Remove the battery, and for the ending config, Drew will ret to the H1 scoop. He'll have H1 in his hands. Christina, you'll have H2 in your hand.
Okay, copy. It is removed. And Drew, do I have clearance to start moving it to you? Clearance from the EP?
You do need to back away just a couple inches, yep, and then you'll have to fully extend that H1 to me, but you're clear of everything.
Okay.
And if we rotate fins up a little bit, it'll bring the scoop toward, or fins toward your head, yep. Continue doing that. Yep, continue. How's your reach?
Going. I still have it redded, so you can grab it and then ret. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to bring it down. That.
All right. I'm going to have to... Okay.
Let me know when you have it.
I think it'll be best if I go ahead and get the red on now while you have control of it.
Okay. Copy.
Ret's on it.
Bye.
Okay, I have the battery.
Okay, stand by. I'll remove my ret. to the battery. Okay, my red is removed.
All right, I have the battery then. And I'll bring it a little bit toward me and give you some room.
Okay, copy. And Stephanie, am I egressing at this point?
Yes, with that, Christina, egress and work together to shepherd the battery to the IEA fins away from structure.
Copy.
And with the new battery now in hand, Christina Cook going to make her way out of that foot restraint. And then they'll begin this interim process one more time, slowly transitioning down the truss segment over to where they're going to install this new battery. Drew Morgan will move a few inches and then give Christina Cook a chance to catch up. They'll hand the battery back and forth, and you'll hear very clear call-outs between them when one has the battery and one acknowledges that the other has it. Aside from the handholds, they are using something called a RET, a retractable equipment tether, so they have additional touch points on the battery itself.
Deployed is okay. We'll have you coming back here for cleanup.
Copy that.
Again, these are large batteries, about the size of half of a refrigerator. 40 inches in length, 37 inches in width, 19 in height. These lithium-ion batteries weighing 428 pounds. Something that large, probably very difficult to move down here on Earth. Able to do it in the microgravity environment. It does still have mass, though, so once it's moving, they do need to have enough force to stop it from moving. So it'll be a very slow and deliberate process moving away from this exposed pallet over to the install point.
All right. Attention up to you. See how far I can get.
The scoop's over your left shoulder there, so
okay.
I'm about there.
And again, this is battery Bravo, battery B that they have in tow now. This will be the second lithium-ion battery that they'll be able to get in today. This battery wasn't supposed to be out until spacewalk number 2, but Cook and Morgan have moved very quickly through their primary tasks for the day. Now on pace to complete 2 of the tasks that were originally scheduled for EVA number 2. But for right now, moving that battery Bravo over to its install point.
Quite a ways.
Okay.
Maybe it's foot or 2.
Foot or 2, okay. I'm going to just reach for this next rail.
There's an empty slot right now on the integrated equipment assembly from where they just removed and repositioned one of the nickel hydrogen batteries. It's now residing on an adapter plate that they installed earlier.
Drew and Christina, sunrise is in less than 2 minutes, and now I can say I've been a ground IV.
Copy that, Mark. Great to hear your voice.
Mark.
Astronaut Mark Vande Hei stepping in for a moment as the ground IV. He's been the talking to the crew still on or inside the International Space Station, taking over for just a moment for Stephanie Wilson. She's been the one walking both Cook and Morgan throughout all their procedures so far today. As of right now, we are 5 hours, 14 minutes into today's spacewalk. As of right now, this is the last task probably for the crew today once they get this battery in, but of course the teams will take a look after they get it completed, see how much time they have left, and if there are any additional get-aheads that they can squeeze in on this first of 5 planned spacewalks for all of these battery upgrades. But the crew working very efficiently throughout all. They've already completed the primary tasks for the day, installing one of the lithium-ion batteries, an adapter plate, and rearranging two of the nickel hydrogen, two over to the exposed pallet, and then one onto a adapter plate now on the IEA. And then if they get this second lithium-ion battery in place, they will have accomplished quite a bit on the day. Again, we're 5 hours, 15 minutes into a planned 6.5-hour spacewalk, so we'll listen in with the teams here in Mission Control, see what the game plan is after they get this next battery installed.
You can get from this one there.
All right, pretty far.
Ambitious. Okay, I have the battery.
Here's the battery. All right, you must be, yeah, you're right in front of your APSR now that it's closer.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Let me get my waist tether one closer, and this might be it.
Yeah, I think so. I think you could, what do you think, like on the PSCS or one of those in there? You could get there and I can knock you in there.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll go up.
Like leapfrog almost.
Mm-hmm. Too far?
As long as you can present a left hand to me, I think we're good.
Yeah, we got this.
And I think this is the one.
All right, let's get it oriented. If you don't mind, can we orient it fins out, and then I'll re-grab it with my hand the other way like this? That makes sense?
Yeah, you want it reoriented?
Fins out. Ah, there we go.
There you go. Okay. Right there? Good.
Yes, I have the battery.
You have the battery. Right. I'm going to ingress on this one. Okay. Bring the battery a little bit toward you. Fins are real close to me. That's good. Good. Good, good, good. Keep doing that. Yep. Okay. I think I'm fully ingressed.
Okay.
I'm going to understand the orientation. H1 in my right hand.
Drew also will need an inspection of the IEA receptacle.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Oh, okay, so the pins, I can see all of them and they're intact. Electrical connectors, open pins, no fraud, and I can see the 2-volt receptacles Okay. All right. No fog and good fins. I think we're ready.
And you probably can see the battery side too. There you are, maybe. Or I can see it once you have it.
Hold on a second. I'm having trouble with my left. There we go. All right. Left foot is in. All right. I'll take control here of H1.
Drew, are you able to see the EMI band?
I can see half of the EMI band here, but it looks intact. Yeah. Yes. EMI band is intact.
Copy. Thank you.
Okay. I have H1 in my right hand. I have control of the battery.
You have the battery. I'll get out of your way so that you can reorient it however you need.
Yep, we'll just get it reoriented so that you can be able to read it, or they're able to see the connection.
Okay. Get out of the app area where you probably want to be doing it. Okay. Here's your work volume now.
Okay. I have to rotate it.
Oh, perfect. Yep, it'll come right by me. Get H2 and I can help you grab it. Oh, you got it.
Almost. There we go. All right. Coming your way.
Yep, okay, I see good EMI band. Facade. That pin, good connector. And I see good fins.
Okay, make sure that they're like all those checks.
Was that everything, Stephanie?
Good checks on the backside of the battery. Soft dock at H2 with H2 outboard and lock out the Wetwood slack.
After that.
And now that the pair are back at the IEA, Drew Morgan's in the foot restraint. This is his helmet cam. You can see him holding onto the battery. He's getting it in place for soft dock, and then he'll be driving the bolt, the 2 bolts to get the battery attached. Again, this is a battery Bravo. This is one of the new lithium-ion batteries going into one of the empty slots previously occupied by a nickel hydrogen battery.
I'm not able to tell that yet. I mean, you're below the lip of the IEA, so you can't have too much firmness toward me. So go ahead and, yep, toward me now. All right, I'm going to get this. All right, go ahead and bring it down, and you're right, and it'll be a little bit more towards me, and down. Towards me, and then pitch it up. Get that. There we go. Get the soft dock.
That felt like soft dock to me.
Yep.
I'm going to do a slack in the rip.
Copy.
It is locked out.
Copy. Use Christina's PGT with a 6-inch socket.
Okay. Usual technique, I think.
All right. You want to down on that side, any?
The black tabs, fine. Definitely, there's nothing pulling on it, and it's staying in.
Okay. All right, yeah, I agree. Stop.
Alpha 7.
Not clockwise.
Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
Alpha 7 clockwise 2 are good settings. Confirm H2 tape line flush to the H2 scoop.
you go.
Okay. Tape line flush. That's
And you want the
yes,
okay.
on the end.
All right, I see you aligned.
Drive H2, 16 to 17 turns.
Copy, 16, 17 turns. 30 turns.
And it's checking.
So another quick comm dropout will get our video and audio back with the station pretty quickly.
Okay.
On the lock.
Happened. Okay. What was it first? Yeah, we have a red torque light, so it stopped early.
Okay. Well, it didn't actually work out when I saw that it wasn't
okay.
jacking.
That was probably it.
So,
okay.
All right. So, Stephanie.
I feel it jacking. Hey, Stephanie, so to update you, we stopped turns because we thought maybe it wasn't jacking, but we didn't torque out. So we think, based on that, we're in a good config to keep driving after we confirm a good body position.
We copy. We like your report, and we concur.
Copy. Okay, I'm ready, Drew.
Okay. What do you have on the turn count there?
Turn count?
On the LED?
It doesn't have one.
Okay.
Right, 8.
Starting turns. 9.
Definitely jacking. If we started at 8, I counted like 23, so I think my count was wrong.
Negative. I counted 23 as well, but it is in lock. It is in the lock position.
Okay. Yes, Stephanie, I think that some of our turns at the beginning may not have actually, not all of them were affecting the jacking. I'll hold this. Okay, pull it up.
Copy. And we had some dropouts. So understand 23 turns. What was the torque? And the status indicator is locked.
Stand by for torque. The status indicator is in lock.
Give it a good tug because it's the anti-rotation feature. Yep.
There we go. Okay, I don't have an actual torque or a light on here.
I think it may be reset. This is the low torque. Stephanie, the PGT isn't giving us the torque reading. Maybe if we reset the collar and just give it one final torque just to get a torque value for you?
Yes, Christina, that's what we'd like.
Okay.
Particular? Okay, 9.1 and green torque, light.
Copy 9.1 and green light.
And just as a way of reporting, the anti-rotation amount of force required to overcome it is pretty significant on these. It seems like more on the new batteries than the old. And I actually think it's more than the soft dock. So actually end up pulling, after release, you end up pulling it out of soft dock just by removing the PGT from the scoop, unless you actually counteract that force by, holding the scoop back. So just a report for now.
And we copy Christina and Drew. Thanks for the report. We're ready now for H1, same PGT settings, Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
Copy Alpha 7 clockwise 2 set.
Confirm tape line flush to the H1 scoop.
Line flush.
Copy. Drive H14 to 5.5 turns.
4 to 5.5 turns.
Go on, Nick.
Right at 5.5 turns. Green light. 9.4 torque.
Copy. 9.4 torque, 5.5 turns, green light. Check status indicator lock.
And the status indicator is locked.
Copy. Christina can stow her PGT. Drew, you can unlock and release the RET. And then I'll take glove, hap, and gauntlet checks from you both.
Copy.
Copy.
And with that last call out, the second battery now installed. Battery Bravo is now in slot number 3 on that integrated equipment assembly.
3 my half is dry.
It won't be fully integrated into the electrical system until a corresponding adapter plate gets installed, which at this point won't be until spacewalk number 2 of the 5 planned ones in the month of March. But that does mean they got 2.
No change, dry hat, gauntlets are down.
They did get 2 major tasks from the second planned spacewalk completed on this first one.
Copy checks on EV1. Drew, sorry, I caught you in a handover. We copied your hap is dry.
For ED2, and then my half is dry, my gauntlets are down, and no change to my gloves from the last report.
Copy. Good checks for both EV1 and EV2. EVA PET is 5 hours, 30 minutes.
Copy.
Copy.
And once again, Christina Cook and Drew Morgan completing the glove, hap, and gauntlet checks.
And Drew, with that, we'll start working towards cleanup. We do have a get-ahead for the next EVA, which would entail braking torque and releasing the H1s on batteries 5 and 6 on the 2 Bravo side.
Copy. I can put that in work if you'd like. I have this 6-inch.
Yes, and Christina, if you would, please press your WVS button again. We lost the WVS.
Copy. Okay, it should be back on.
And we have good to WVS. Thank you. Christina, we could also have you move some scoops. Move the scoops from the battery in slot 3 to the battery in slot 6. Both of those scoops will go onto H1 and H2 at the 6 o'clock position.
Okay. And is that what you'd like me to do next?
Yes.
For the braking torque?
Yes, we would like you to do this first.
That's in work. Okay, I'm going to be moving the scoops from battery 3 to battery 6, and I'll check with you when I get to that location on the orientation of the scoops. And did I have that right, that it was battery 6?
That's affirmed. It's the inboard column, non-radiator side.
Copy that.
Stephanie, is it okay if I get out of the APFR?
And with another major task completed, getting that new lithium-ion battery installed, taking a task from the second spacewalk, moving it into the first one, they now have a couple of get-aheads. Going to be repositioning some of the scoops. Again, those are the large metallic pieces. You can see one right on the left side, right above the hand of Drew Morgan in this shot. Those are being attached to each of the batteries to provide just a handhold for the crew members when they're moving these batteries around. So just to make life easier on the next spacewalk, they're going to reposition a few right now.
For Drew, for the battery that is now in slot 2 on the outboard column non-radiator side, one of those scoops can move to battery 4, which is middle column non-radiator side.
Okay, and so that's the H2 on the old battery.
Yes.
In slot 2.
That's affirmed.
Beautiful.
I just snapped a couple pics.
Tried to use your camera earlier. It didn't work.
5 hours, 37 minutes into today's spacewalk. Again, all of the primary tasks for the day completed. The crew now going through a couple of get-aheads.
Stephanie, I'm ready for clocking on the scoops that I'm installing in battery 6.
Clocking for the scoops in battery 6. H1 and H2 are both at 6 o'clock.
So one of those get-ahead tasks, Christina Cook installing 2 of the scoops. They're these metallic handholds you can see her working with onto attachment points on one of the batteries. This is one of the old nickel hydrogen batteries that's going to be replaced in one of the upcoming spacewalks in slot number 6.
Copy battery 4, H1, 6 o'clock.
Meanwhile, Drew Morgan swapping one remaining scoop from battery 3, which is one of the old batteries that is now in slot 2 on top of an adapter plate, taking that scoop off of that battery and moving it to one on battery slot number 4, which would be one of the first ones to get replaced during an upcoming spacewalk.
I have a scoop on H1 and H2 at battery 6 for at 6 o'clock.
Copy. Nice scoop work.
I'm in a good position to release H1 on battery 6 if you'd like.
Checking. Christina, if that works for you, that works for us. Let me know when you're ready for PGT settings.
Stephanie, I do some APFR repositioning. I think that would be a good idea.
Checking. Drew, we like your idea. You can relocate the APFR from WIF 26 to WIF 22 at a clocking of
Okay, from 26 to 22. Work.
Good readback.
Stephanie, I'm ready for ATFR settings for H1 of battery 6.
H1 battery 6, PGT settings alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
I have alpha 7, counter 2. Line flush.
Copy release H1 about 8 turns.
Safe. Okay, and it started slipping at about 6 turns, and I see status indicators in unlock.
Copy 6 turns, status indicator unlock.
And if you'd like, from this position, I can also do battery 5.
We concur. Same settings alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Copy.
And Stephanie, clocking of 12 at WIF 22.
Copy, that's a good clocking. Remainder of the settings, Quebec, Quebec, Hotel 12.
Quebec, Hotel 12.
And Stephanie, I have alpha 7, 1 or 2 set for battery 5, H1.
Those are good PGT settings for battery 5 H1. Release H1 about 8 turns.
Copy and work. I'll let you know when the tape line's flush.
Copy.
Oh, I don't have a scoop, so I see the anti-rotation devices overcome though. So this tape line won't be flush here.
Copy, but I like how you're thinking.
All right. Green turn.
And right now, NASA astronaut Christina Cook continuing with a few more get-ahead tasks for the day. She's releasing 1 bolt apiece on 2 of the nickel hydrogen batteries still installed.
And I see the status indicators in unlock.
Copy 5 turns, status indicator unlock for H1 on battery 5.
Great.
Stephanie, I don't think I told you we're black on black with a good pool twist test on that APFR.
Copy, good checks on your APFR.
We are Quebec, Quebec, Hotel 12.
Copy, Quebec, Quebec, Hotel 12. Those are good APFR settings.
Ready for next step, Stephanie. Anything I can do for the crew lock bag? You're prepare it for, you know.
Christina, Drew, we were just discussing that. Before Christina translates to the EP, we would like her to retrieve the camera that she placed in the crew lock bag, take that back with her, and restow it in the small ORU bag on the EP.
Okay. Copy that. And is this, want me to go ahead and do that now?
That's affirmed.
Copy. In work.
With a few more get-aheads now in the books, they're going to start moving through what's called the cleanup steps.
Any further actions on the crew lock bag to stow it?
Drew.
Is that for me or for Stephanie?
Well, and I'll take it. For Drew, for the crew lock bag, we'll need to deconfigure the PGT with the hex driver, and then we'll get a reading of the RETs on and adjustable on the PGT and a crew lock inventory.
I'll do that.
And cleanup steps usually involve the crew members gathering up the bags that they brought out with them with the tools. So first off, Christina Cook's going to move over to the EP, the exposed pallet, and grab an ORU bag, an orbital replacement unit bag that she brought out with her. First grabbing the camera, though, out of this smaller crew lock bag that she had placed in there earlier during the spacewalk when it was noticed she had a loose part on the viewfinder of the camera. Meanwhile, Drew Morgan's going to do an inventory on that crew lock bag, just making sure all the items are inside, nothing floated away, and everything's still tethered as it was initially.
Okay, I'm almost ready. I'm going to get a wrap for that camera.
And then once all of these bags and tools are collected up, they'll start making their way back towards the Quest airlock, eventually moving back inside, closing the hatch, and taking their suits off of battery power. And then our spacewalk today, which we're already at the 5-hour, 47-minute mark, will officially end when the repressurization of the airlock begins.
All right. Make sure this camera's still working.
Say again? Oh, you're...
And put your sun visor up.
Yeah. The 9-inch is back on the caddy and with a good pull test.
Copy, Drew.
Those cameras retrieved.
Copy, Christina.
Fine.
Once you have the camera, translate to the EP and then onto the EP to work on the ORU bag. Drew, the PGT that you deconfigured returns on your swing arm with the 2 rets and adjustable remaining on the PGT.
Copy. I've got the I got the PGT and the 2 rets in serial back to me, and I think we're ready to inventory this crew lock bag.
And one check, the adjustable that's on the PGT, is it still with you?
Affirmative.
Copy. Thank you. Checking if we're ready for the inventory. Drew, please proceed with the crew lock bag inventory.
Okay. A ratchet wrench with a 6-inch wobble to a ret in series to the inside of the crew lock bag. I have a long duration tie down tether directly to the inside of the bag. I have one internal ret, an adjustable, nothing on it. I have ret to an adjustable with nothing else on it. And then I have another internal ret, an adjustable with nothing on it. In case of those readjustable AETs, nothing on either hook. In the exterior of the bag, I have a large, small adjustable, and nothing else. So large, small ret stay with the airlock.
And I am on the EP. Sorry to break in, but wanted to report that.
Copied, Christina. Drew, and we copied the report when you deconfigured the 9-inch hex driver from the PGT. We would like to double check that 9-inch hex driver is on the socket caddy on an internal ret in the crew lock bag.
So the socket caddy with the 9-inch and the pit pin to an internal ret.
Copy. Drew, that is a good crew lock bag inventory. Thank you. You can configure, once you've got everything buttoned up, configure the crew lock bag with the doors against structure.
Copy.
And Stephanie, I'm at the ORU bag and also ready to inventory if you are.
Copy. Have you deconfigured the hex driver from the PGT?
No, I'll do that first. I have the 6-inch hex on a tip pin. Good pull test.
Copy. Thank you. We are ready for the inventory of the small ORU bag.
Copy.
Christina, one addition. The camera, your camera, will also, in its final configuration, be in the small ORU bag.
Copy that. Let me put that in as well.
Copy. Thank you.
Stephanie, I don't know if you could see in my WVS, I have the crew lock bag, 2 tethers pulled out to kind of hold it against structure, but I don't know how rigid that needed to be. Just generally have the doors down.
Checking, Drew.
Kind of you're tottering on the handrail.
And Stephanie, while we're waiting on that answer, I am ready now for the inventory.
Drew, we're still discussing orientation of the crew lock bag or the tie down of the crew lock bag. Christina, go ahead with the small ORU bag inventory.
Okay. Okay, I'll start with the externals. I have a large, small adjustable and a small adjustable. Camera on its internal ret. Its bracket ret. I have a ret series to a PG. PG has an adjustable on it and no socket. I have a ratchet wrench with a 9-inch hex. I have a GoPro, and I have a socket caddy, a ret with a pit pin with a 9-inch hex. And I have a small AVA trash bag on an adjustable. And that is the whole inventory.
Copy, checking. Christina, after discussion, we show that as a good inventory, the small ORU bag.
Okay, thank you.
And with that inventory done, Christina Cook gonna start making her way back pretty soon.
Christina, when you're happy and the bag's all closed up, you can translate onto P6 with the ORU bag.
Copy.
She'll make her way back off of this exposed pallet onto P6. That's a section of the truss segment where they've been working throughout the day.
Drew, for the crew lock bag, if you have a free adjustable to give, we would like to have you consider using the battery tether point, the closest battery that's on the radiator side, going from the battery tether point to the handrail on the crew lock bag. We think that'll better cinch it down and keep it in a good thermal config with the doors facing structure.
Copy, I understand. So put a third, leave an adjustable, a third adjustable. Excuse me, it's not a third, it'll be a second on the exterior of the bag.
That's affirmative, Drew.
Okay, copy. I'm going to use this one that was on the PGT.
We copy.
Stephanie, I have the small ORU bag. I went ahead and put it on my BRT. I'm ready for next steps.
Copy. Once you're on P6, and when clear of the EP, and you feel everything is all well buttoned up with that APFR ingress aid stowed and tethers clear, you can give the arm a go to the back off position.
Okay, copy. I am on P6, and I can see that the ingress aid is stowed. All tethers are clear of the EP. I'm just looking up and down it to be absolutely sure. I can give a go for the EP and lay out to the backup position.
Houston copies. Thank you.
And I am currently on P6 at my Green Hook location.
Copy, Christina. Stand by.
And there in the center of your screen, you can see Christina Cook just making her way off of the exposed pallet. She's back onto the station's truss structure. You can spot her by the red stripe around the legs of the spacesuit there. She's the EV-1, the lead spacewalker for today's activity. We're past the 6-hour mark now, 6 hours, 4.5 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Christina, Jessica, copy your go for back off.
Today's copy.
Jessica Meir inside the space station at the robotics workstation. She's going to back the arm away.
Go ahead and pick up my Green Hook, and I think that means I'll be heading back soon.
Okay.
Is that a good for you? Everything looking good out there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the crew lock bag in a better configuration.
Okay, copy.
Stephanie, that's got it in a little better configuration. It's definitely doors facing the batteries now.
Checking. Drew, nice work. We like the bag configuration. Retrieve your fare lead from handrail 5307.
Being work.
And AB1, I have retrieved my...
Copy, Christina. Your green hook is retrieved. Continue translating to the airlock.
Copy.
Well, with the bags collected and the things stowed correctly, the crew member is now going to start making their way back to the airlock.
Next time, or go ahead and bring it in.
Drew, bring in the adjustable with you.
So both Christina Cook and Drew Morgan are going to be making their way back now towards the Quest airlock, picking up their safety tethers along the way.
Copy, translate to your green hook, location 5312, and retrieve that.
As they make their way back, let's knock out a few more Ask NASA questions. Our first one is going to come from Anna in South Carolina, wondering how many sunrises and sunsets can one expect to experience during a spacewalk? How does that affect those spacewalking? Well, they've seen 4 sunsets and sunrises so far today. They're about to see their 5th one coming up in just a couple of minutes. Station's moving around the Earth at about 17,500 miles an hour, so they do a full orbit every 90 minutes. So every 90 minutes you see a sunset and a sunrise. So they'll typically see about 5 to 6, depending on just how long the spacewalk is. If they do about 6.5 hours, they should be seeing about 5. Anything beyond that, they might see a 6th one. Our next one comes from Nicholas, wants to know, are there still plans to up the maximum permanent crew size of the space station? There are, once our commercial crew vehicles start flying from Boeing and SpaceX, they will be able to carry 4 at a time. We're locked to 6 crew members as our standard permanent size right now, as there are only 3 seats on a Soyuz, and you have to have 1 seat for every crew member on board the space station for them to return home. So once we start flying commercial crew, you'll have that 4th seat available, and then you'll bump up from 6 to 7 permanent crew members at a time on board the space station. Our next question wants to know, has there ever been an occasion when the jetpack was used during the spacewalk? Well, that one that we saw a little bit earlier, the safer device, that has never been used. That's the piece that's attached to the bottom of their life support pack, the portable life support system, or the PLIS, and that serves as kind of their safety net if they were ever to become untethered from station. There was another device known as the Man Maneuvering Unit that got a few uses during the shuttle program, but was retired and hasn't been used since. Our next question comes from Hugo, who said, I've read that there's 10 spacewalks happening in the next 3 months. Awesome, I agree. What limits are there on when and how frequently spacewalks can be scheduled? Why can't they do it every single day? Well, spacewalks are one of the most time-intensive tasks that the crew members have on board the space station. We're doing a record pace out of station airlocks right now, and we have about 5 days between each one. That's 5 days for the crew to outfit and service the suits, and it also takes them time just to go over the procedures and do any additional training to get ready. So spacewalks are extremely time intensive, and you really only do them when there's something you absolutely have to do outside the station that can't be done robotically. If we were trying to do a spacewalk every single day, you wouldn't be able to do pretty much anything else on the space station, like all of the science, working on hundreds of different research experiments during a given expedition on board, along with all of the general maintenance and fixing anything else that might break internally on the space station. So that's why it's relatively rare to see a spacewalk, and this pace that we have coming up is pretty unprecedented. Our next question comes from Akrish, wants to know, how do astronauts keep hydrated during the spacewalk for several hours without food?
Continue to translate to the airlock.
That's affirmative.
Well, they do stay hydrated. They have a drink bag with a straw inside of their helmet that they can use to stay hydrated. They don't have any food available to them, so they usually eat a big meal just prior to the spacewalk, and then they'll have a dinner waiting for them once they get back inside. Next question comes from Devereaux. Wants to know, is the movement during spacewalks that effortless, or do Astro, Christina, and Drew Morgan just make it look that easy? Well, they certainly put on a spacewalking clinic today, getting all their tasks done really quickly, and a couple from the next spacewalk. It is one of the most physically intensive activities that they'll do while they're on board. They can burn up to 2,000 calories or more throughout the process of doing a spacewalk. You're constantly fighting against the pressure of the suit, making very difficult movements with all of your hands. You're basically working inside of a giant balloon as you're walking. So it's definitely not effortless, but these crew members are able to train pretty extensively before they ever fly. And then our astronauts are just exceptional people, and Astro Christina Cook and Drew Morgan doing a fantastic job today. And our final question for right now comes from Nuan. Wanted to know, can't the astronauts use the robotic arm or some kind of powered moving equipments to move the batteries and themselves around? Well, if you've been following along, a lot of these spacewalks or these battery replacements in the past have been done primarily using the robotic arm, and it's a very dexterous attachment known as Dexter, the special purpose dexterous manipulator. However, these batteries that are getting replaced are so far out on the station the robotic arm can't actually reach, which is why the astronauts are doing it by hand.
I hate for you to have to get called back after an OLS.
Drew, for the CETA carts, we need you to press the brake release 2 times on both the inboard port CETA cart and inboard starboard CETA cart.
Copy. Just did the port one. I'm about at the starboard one.
Copy. Thank you. Christina, friendly reminder, you'll place a fair lead on airlock handrail 0500.
Copy that. Fair lead 0500.
Right. Starboard cart. The brake release.
Copy starboard CETA cart brake release.
Am I handle 500?
Copy fair lead on 500. Christina, when convenient, please press your WVS button again.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's pressed.
Copy, thank you. And good news, Eagles are ahead 14-0 in the second quarter.
Oh, copy that. Go Birds. Thank you.
Christina Cook getting some fantastic news while she and Drew Morgan move back to the airlock.
It might still be on when I get in. Never know. Okay, fairlead is placed on 500.
Copy. Thank you.
Reason, hold on a second here, my reel, green reel, not reeling out anymore, and then the lock. Stephanie, I'm
Copy, Drew. We're
above
discussing.
the lab, not quite to the Cetus first.
And I'm holding at the airlock.
Copy, Christina.
Put down a local here.
And Drew, can you explain what, say that again?
Yeah, so my green reel, it stopped, and I'm at mile marker 7740, and it won't reel out any further. And I'm cycled it from unlock to lock to unlock again. Verify that wasn't it.
That's the reel going to the anchor hook at 9180, right?
Correct.
So your other one is able to. Okay.
Honestly, let me. I didn't. Yeah. So I'm just going to look at my configuration again here. Make sure. Green reel. Green hook back to the red reel. My yellow hook back to the green reel. Lock. My red hook is still in place. Locked. Configuration looks good.
Drew, copy all.
Now,
We're still
seems to be
discussing.
reeling out again. So, Stephanie, I let it retract. I let it retract a bit, and now it seems to be feeding out a little bit more.
Copy.
See? Nope, it's still stopping at 7740.
Copy. Still stopping. We're discussing.
Copy. And where are you on the cedar rail right now?
No, I'm holding right on the wagon wheel by the airlock. That's
Okay.
where I got your report.
Okay.
Drew, after discussion, we believe there might be a snag somewhere between your current location and where you initially placed your green hook at 5312. 5312.
Okay. Active 5312 on segment are we talking here?
Yes, the P6 long spacer.
You're already inboard of the anchor hook.
So, one above the lab.
Drew, change of plans. We would like you only to check the location of the anchor hooks on P1 under the FHRC.
Copy that. Minimum.
That's mile marker 9180.
And that's affirmative. It's Bay 12.
So far, everything is tracking cleanly. No slack in it.
Copy.
See it going back to its anchor point. And I see the anchor point and set, straight line to it. There's
Be Drew.
under the cart and see it looks like it is on 3688. Okay. Right, that's read it. It's on 3688.
Drew, your anchor should be on handrail 3650, 3650.
No, there was a snag on 3688. So does that make sense?
Copy. Understand the snag was at handrail 3688. We're discussing.
So right now, both crew members still just making their way back to the Quest airlock. Drew Morgan's having to work through a couple of tangled up tethers. Again, the astronauts use a number of different tethers to keep themselves attached to the station structure at all times. So he's just going to work through a couple of snags and then go and continue on and join Christina Cook.
We think you might have found the source of the hang-up in your Rio. However, just to make everything clean and fresh, we would like you to translate fully back to the location of your anchor hook, 3650, and then translate back to the airlock.
Okay. I can see now the anchor point. The snag was just past the anchor point.
Copy and understand.
At that 3688.
We copy, and we would expect you now to be able to reach to the airlock.
After that.
Stephanie, I have something for the team in this location where I've been hanging tight. I am now seeing that there is an MMOD stripe on the label for width 8 at the airlock, and it has a pretty significant lip that I would consider a sharp edge. And I can, but if you can GPA my CVS, I can give you a love it.
Copy, Christina, checking.
Label.
Okay, I'm past that point. That was troublesome before, so that was clearly was it.
Copy, Drew.
And astronaut Christina Cook just noticing what's known as an MMOD hit, so a micrometeoroid or orbital debris hit on a label that could create a sharp edge. That's something the crew has to look out for while they're translating around the International Space Station.
So when you get to the base of it, just hang tight for a second. I'm waiting on them. Let me know.
Copy.
Copy you both. Christina, thanks for the WVS, and if you would let Drew know about that location so he can avoid it.
And now that I look at it, it may just be the label that's turned up, and it has a metallic look to it, but it may be soft and not a sharp edge hydroid. So we can talk about that. And Drew, for you, where it is, it's at the above the 3 o'clock position on the wagon wheel. It's the label for width 8.
The label for width 8.
Yep. And you wouldn't normally brush your hand on it. It's not on the handrail or anything.
Copy that. I see it.
Yep.
I see width 8.
Okay. And I am at the airlock. I'm going to head to the aft side.
Roger.
Copy, Christina. When you're ready, open the thermal cover and stow the ORU bag.
The thermal cover is open and working on the ORU bag.
Copy.
And this is a view from Christina Cook's helmet cam. You can see her peeking back inside of the Quest airlock. That's the crew lock position. Both she and Drew Morgan going to be heading in there shortly. Once they're both situated inside, they'll close the airlock First bringing down the thermal cover, then actually closing the hatch. And then they will get ready to actually start repressurizing the airlock. They'll slowly start introducing air back into the area. And once that repress begins, our spacewalk will officially end.
Could even have me 1 minute to take it up.
Okay, that works.
And Drew Morgan has also now arrived.
I'll have you talk to me about my tethers because I just did a maneuver.
So per the procedures, Drew Morgan will be the first one in. And he'll get followed by Christina Cook after she releases a number of the different anchor hooks. And they'll get everything back inside. Christina Cook will move into the airlock as well. She'll close that hatch thermal cover and then close the hatch itself.
Since you both are at the airlock together, Drew, you could ingress, attach your waist tether, and Christina could then hand in the small ORU bag to you.
Perfect.
All right, so standby one, Drew. I think what I was saying is check my local.
Yep, that's turned. Yep. Toward, I would say it would release it and then do that pirouette back the other direction. Or actually, it's.
Yep. Okay. And I just see you.
Careful. Come back toward me a little bit. There's okay. Get your. Breathe this out from underneath your legs.
And then put my small area back.
Stand by. Okay. All right, should be.
And it should come back. It's coming back to my BRT rep. So.
Your tether rail's right between your legs. Let me grab it and clear it off your left leg here. Okay, now it's clear.
All right. Okay, so now for the ORU bag, see the rep. Got locked out pretty long, so yeah.
And get attached to the. Right. My right waist tether is to the airlock D-ring extender, gate closed, slider lock, black on black. I can fix the ORU back here.
All right.
The red
release the lock. Yeah, okay.
Copy, Drew. And we also need the configuration of that small hook.
There's the ORU bag.
My small hook is on my right D-ring extender, gate closed, slider lock, black on black.
Copy. Thank you, Drew.
Okay, it's ready.
Okay, I'll remove mine. Okay, I can go in the airlock.
Inside.
Then remember, don't go too far because I'm going to grab your green hook.
If you have I gone too far?
Nope, I've got it. So you're good. And so I'm ready for steps from Stephanie when. See.
Christina, understand you have Drew's green hook from his red reel?
I just have access to it. I haven't done anything, but I am ready for any steps.
Copy. Then that would be the first step. Release his green hook from his red reel and attach that to the forward external airlock D-ring.
Copy. That can work.
Christina Cook still outside the airlock. She just has to finish. She just has to move a couple more of these tethers and they'll work their way inside the airlock, and then she'll move in, close that thermal cover for the hatch that you can see open just to the right of her, and then actually move to close the hatch itself.
Green green hook is on the airlock forward D-ring. Gate closed, fire lock, black on black.
Check reel unlocked.
And the one reel, his reels, okay, that's going to work. I've got one unlock and two reels left. Both his red and green reels are in unlock.
Copy. Next, attach his yellow hook to your red reel.
His yellow hook to my red reel, copy.
Good readback.
Drew's yellow hook is on my red reel, gate closed. Fire lock, black on black.
Next, take your green hook, attach it to the aft external D-ring of the airlock.
Copy, it worked. AV1, my green hook is attached to the aft external airlock D-ring, gates closed, fire lock, black on black.
Check the reel unlock.
Unlock and unlock.
Copy. Release your yellow hook and stow it on your mini workstation.
Copy, and work. Okay, my yellow hook is on my mini workstation.
Copy. That's a good tether config. Friendly reminder to assess the reach and access to the thermal cover prior to ingress, and when you're happy, you can ingress.
Copy. Okay, copy. And Drew, you have to go to ingress completely.
Copy.
Let me know when you're in a good space.
I am fully ingressed.
Okay. Understand your forward as much as possible.
Forward and forward as much as possible.
Okay. Your legs are
With that, Drew Morgan inside the airlock. Christina Cook now making her way inside as well. She's going to close that thermal cover that you can see slowly swinging its way back towards her, and then be ready to close the hatch itself. Once the hatch is closed and the crew's configured, they'll be ready to start the repress. So pretty much the opposite of what they did at the beginning of the spacewalk. We're going to be putting atmosphere back inside of that part of the Quest airlock. And once that repress begins, the clock will stop on today's spacewalk.
Stephanie, should I go ahead and connect my SCU?
Drew, that's affirmed. You can attach your SCU to the DCM.
And I'll just kind of help direct here.
That'd be great.
Yeah. This out of the way. You're looking good. You're looking 90% in.
All right.
Bring your feet this way.
Stand by one. I'm going to test reach at the thermal cover.
There we see Christina Cook closing the thermal cover. Meanwhile,
The thermal cover is closed.
Copy, thermal cover closed. Nice work.
All right, Stephanie, the thermal cover is closed. Thank you. And I am ingress.
Copy. Christina removed SCU from the stowage pouch.
Copy.
now both Christina Cook and Andrew Morgan getting their SCU service and cooling umbilicals.
I'll rotate a little bit.
Those are going to plug into the DCM, the display control module on the front of their suits.
To bring it forward.
Those umbilicals, the long white cords that you saw them connected to at the beginning, that provides cooling, power, and communications capability from station to the suits themselves. We'll get those plugged in, and then the hatch will get closed, and we'll be one step closer to repress and the end of today's spacewalk.
Okay, I have my SCU pouch.
Okay. How are you for space? Do you need me to move
No,
from there?
actually, I freed up, so I'm good.
And another short handover. We'll be getting that video communication back with the station in just a couple of seconds. Meanwhile, the teams here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, watching over, getting these crew members into the final stages of today's spacewalk. Right now our clock is at 6 hours 47 minutes. Again, that's going to stop counting and the spacewalk will end once the repress of the airlock begins. It's the repressurization. So taking all of that atmosphere that was taken out and pumping it back in.
I've got it over center in position, but it's not locking down. No, this is something that we've seen before here.
Copy, Drew.
And I was able to get mine locked at my SU.
Copy, Christina.
And Drew, are you able to, I know it's easier said than done, but to pull out, push out on the very close to the connection? Yeah.
Trying that.
And then at the same time, push in on the side where the electrical connector is?
I can still I mean, it's staying in place, but I can feel that the lock is not engaged.
So if you pull the lever out, it just comes? If you're careful not to pull it out, it just...
Yeah, but if I try to rotate it, it will rotate.
Okay.
It will stay in place.
Copy, we're discussing.
Yeah, like you're doing it and push in.
Yeah.
Christina, you had good words for the proper technique. We'd like you to continue working it.
And Stephanie, I'm familiar with the technique, and I'm pulling out on the cable on the themselves a little bit, and putting pressure on the connectors itself. And can you see closer to the?
I think the pressure, the outward pressure on near the connections should be closer to QDs and stuff. Yeah, like really try and get it up in there. And then remember to also push in the lever. Just kind of pushing out on SCU, but push in on that lever.
Okay, we're locked.
All right.
Copy locked. Nice work. Next are your water switches. Take your water switches to off, OFF, in the forward position. Expect a water is off message.
EV1, water off.
EV2, water off.
And we have started the 2-minute timer for hatch closure.
I think this is your card.
Both spacewalkers now plugged into those service and cooling umbilicals. A 2-minute timer has started. Once that's done, Christina Cook will get the go to close the hatch. First, she'll make sure there's nothing blocking the way. Get the hatch closed, and then we'll be over to the repress cue card. And that's a series of steps that they'll step through. We'll hear once again from Luca Parmitano and Jessica Meir inside of the Quest airlock, where they'll be responsible for moving some atmosphere back inside of the airlock.
Clear hardware and verify handle position per hatch decal.
Okay. This is clear of hardware.
Copy.
Actually, Drew, you may have better eyes on that hatch lever. Is it because you can tip your feet up and look below you?
Yeah.
Down the line. I have.
Whether it's free of it.
Just looking to see if it's aligned with the unlatched position. My understanding.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Copy.
I can see it. Yep.
Copy. Thanks. Stephanie, good check.
Copy. We're continuing the hold for the timer.
Copy.
Christina, the 2-minute timer is complete. You have a go to close and lock the hatch.
Okay.
Christina Cook now working to close the hatch on the Quest airlock. It's one of the last few steps before they start repressurizing the area of the airlock where both Morgan and Cook are currently located. And again, once that repress begins, our spacewalk will officially end. Just a quick time check, we're at 6 hours, 54 minutes, and 25 seconds and counting.
It's out of the hatch key.
Roger. Nice.
And if there's any way, Drew, you can hold my feet or way, I would take it.
Yep. Okay.
We're back in the hatch key, so stand by one on that. So you can let my feet go.
Go.
Okay. All right. Got movement on the hatch again. I'll take.
Come port.
Confirm. I think it might be back in 1 second. Oh, we're good. Okay, heading your way. Oh yeah, there we go. I found the other spot. It's on the hatch rail, going for the lever. Andrew?
Yep.
Port.
To the port.
Thank you.
Once more, getting a view inside of the equipment lock. You can see
Here we are in the latch.
Jessica Meir and Luca Parmitano looking through the window as Christina Cook works to close this hatch.
That the MPAS is closed.
Copy, hatch closed, lever locked, and MPAP is closed. That completes the detailed timeline. We transition now to the pre-repress cue card. On your DCMs, check your SCUs are connected to your DCM.
Connected.
P2 connected.
Copy. Check your water switches are off.
Okay.
Lost.
Double check EV hatch closed and locked.
Closed and locked.
Drew, on the UIA, check oxygen EMU 1 and 2. 2 valves are open.
Oxygen EMU 1 and 2 are open.
Take power EV1, EV2, 2 switches to on.
Our EV1 on. Our EV2 on.
Check power EV1, EV2, EMU LEDs, 2 LEDs on.
Both LEDs are on.
Check power EV1, EV2 volts between 18 and 19.
18.6 and 18.6.
Copy. On your DCMs, take your power switches to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
Didn't work. Button powers and SBU.
Two power SCU.
Nice work. Well, that completes our time together today. On behalf of the P6 Battery EVA ground team, we'd like to thank you for your awesome work today. We have made great progress in upgrading the batteries on the 2B side. Nice job. And with that, I'll hand you over to Luca.
Copy that. Stephanie, thank you so much. It has been a wonderful day. Also wanted to say a huge congratulations to the teams across the world, the EVA team in Houston as well that made this day just an awesome day. You guys are the ones that work hard. You guys have the dedication that makes us able to keep this space station running at peak capacity, being an awesome example of international cooperation leading to the greater good for everyone. And for us, it's just an honor and a privilege to be part of your team. We look forward to the rest of this series. Thanks again.
Thank you. We appreciate the words.
And we agree 100% with you. Stephanie, thank you so much. And welcome back on board. Christina, Drew, it's fantastic to have you back. Will you please put your O2 actuators to press?
Copy that, Luca. Great to hear your voice, and that's in work. EV1's in press.
EV2 press.
Copy, both in press. Christina, please check the EV hatch MPAD is closed.
It is closed.
Okay, guys, I'm going to start throttling from off to norm, very slowly initially. Just I expect you guys to give me an indication of how you feel.
Okay.
Copy. Let me rotate this a little bit now.
Copy. Yeah, no worries.
And during Christina, you can expect an alert tone.
There it is.
Christina, Drew, when the crew lock will be at 4.0, you can expect another alert tone. And then please alert me when the crew lock uses 5.0. I will watch from the inside, but I will go for whichever comes first.
All right, we copy.
Copy.
And how is the rate, guys?
Fine for me.
That's good rate.
I'm happy to have it a little bit faster if Drew is. But
Yeah, I think you could speed it up a little bit. I agree.
Okay, copy, guys. Let me know of any adjustment. I'm here for you.
All right. I show us at 1.5.
copy.
Two.
All right, with the repress now in work, The official end time for today's spacewalk was 1:40 p.m. Central Time, 2:40 p.m. Eastern Time. That's giving us a total elapsed time today of 7 hours and 1 minute. Again, the final stopping point for today's spacewalk coming at 1:40 p.m. Central Time, 2:40 p.m. Eastern. Total elapsed time is 7 hours and 1 minute. Today's spacewalk started at 6:39 a.m. Central Time, 7:39 a.m. Eastern.
I'd be good with another rate bump if you are, Drew.
I'm good. Yep, I'd be good to bump it up.
I'll set the leak check.
Yeah, we're at 5.0. We're at 5.0.
Excellent. Starting at 2 minutes for stabilization.
All right, and again, our spacewalk ended when that repress started. That repress coming at 1:40 p.m. Central Time, 2:40 p.m. Eastern, giving a total elapsed time for today's spacewalk of 7 hours and 1 minute. A couple of quick stat updates for you then. This was the second spacewalk for both Christina and Drew. This was the 219th in support of station assembly and maintenance. The sixth spacewalk conducted just this year. And again, we'll go through a couple of these stats in just a moment. The repressurization of the Quest airlock is already underway, and they're going to do it pretty slowly, but they're going to gradually be raising the pressure, starting off from right around vacuum, eventually making its way all the way up to right about sea level with the rest of the station right around 14.7 psi. At this point, they're already right at about 5, and they're going to do a quick pause at 5. They'll wait 2 minutes for the pressure to stabilize, and then they'll continue on up. So again, just running through some stats one more time for you. 219 spacewalk in support of station assembly and maintenance, and the sixth one conducted on board the space station just this year. This was the second spacewalk for Christina Cook, now with the total lifetime spacewalking hours of 13 hours 46 minutes. Also the second for Drew Morgan. He's now at 13 hours 33 minutes. In those 219 spacewalks, with today lasting 7 hours and 1 minute, we've now had 1,374 hours and 27 minutes of spacewalking time on board the International Space Station, and that translates to 57 days, 6 hours, and 27 minutes.
Christina, Drew, good leak check. You can switch the glove heaters to off.
Okay, my glove heaters are off.
Glove heaters are off.
Check your gloves for any contamination.
No contamination.
No contamination.
On your DCM, switch the O2 actuator to IV.
And this time around, they do a quick leak check to make sure no air is escaping from the airlock as they introduce it in. And Luca Parmitano just reporting a good leak check, so he will be opening the valve back up.
Back towards normal. When the delta P, delta T is approximately 0, expect another tone.
Copy that.
And so Luca Parmitano opening up the valve. You can hear the air rushing back in through the microphones of the spacewalkers. It's now going to continue to pressurize that airlock, bringing it all the way up to right around 14.7 psi, at which point Parmitano and Jessica Meir will be able to open up the hatch, bring the crew members back inside, and help them start getting their suits off. They've been in these suits for well over 7 hours as they suit up a couple hours before to do their in-suit light exercise and other checkouts. So very long day for these spacewalking astronauts, but just about to come to an end. Again, our repress, so the end of today's spacewalk did take place at 1:40 p.m. Central Time, 2:40 p.m. Eastern, giving a total elapsed time of 7 hours and 1 minute to today's spacewalk. It was a fully successful one and more today, as they were able to complete all of their primary tasks and several get-ahead tasks, actually getting some batteries swapped out that weren't supposed to take place until the second spacewalk.
These are amazing.
All told, they were able to remove 3 nickel hydrogen batteries. Those are the older ones that were already installed that are getting replaced. 2 of those moved onto the external pallet where they'll eventually be disposed of through an HTV vehicle, and 1 of the batteries now residing on an adapter plate. 2 lithium-ion batteries removed from that exposed pallet and installed over there on the P6 truss, taking up slots 1 and 3. And then 1 corresponding adapter plate was installed for the first battery, and a nickel hydrogen battery placed on top of it. And that was one of the primary tasks for the day. They also did something called braking torque, so just starting the removal of 2 of the other batteries that are going to get replaced on some upcoming spacewalks, and reoriented a number of the scoops, or those metallic handhold devices that they attach to the batteries to give themselves a good handhold to pass back and forth. So all of that completed successfully. 7 hours, 1 minute. Cook and Morgan inside the airlock, repressurizing. Soon we'll get that hatch back open, get them back inside, get the suits off, and we will end today's activities.
For 5.
How's the rate, guys?
I'm good with it.
Yep.
12.1.
So we're quickly approaching the desired pressure, already in excess of 12.1 psi, continuing to climb. They'll get up to right around 14.7, and that by that point the pressure will be mostly equalized between the section of the airlock where the crew in suits is residing and the section of the airlock we're taking a look in right now known as the equipment lock. Once we get there, Luca Parmitano will be able to open up the hatch and begin bringing Drew Morgan and Christina Cook back inside. And just like that, the hatch now opened up. Parmitano and me are going to start to work to move the crew members back inside.
Other way.
There it is.
Hey, guys.
Welcome back.
Hey.
Thank you. It's so great to see you guys again. It was like we were gone forever.
Airlock on 2. Are you ready for step 4 of 1.240?
Watch out, you're still on the way.
Yes,
You're on
we
the
are
way
ready
for the
to do
group.
step 4. And Jessica, just to make sure we're in sync.
Are we still hot?
Yeah, we're hot.
Yes, you are both very hot. And Jessica, to be clear, step 4, the ground's going to do that step, and you're clear to continue right through that step.
Affirm, that's what we were hoping. Thank you.
Morgan, the first one through, they're going to attach him to the left side of the airlock from our vantage point.
At halftime, the Eagles are up by 21 points. Score is 21-0.
Wow.
And more just really fantastic news for Christina Cook right there. So first up is removing the safer unit. That's the simplified aid for EVA rescue. That's essentially the emergency jetpack that they have in case they were to get untethered. Then they're going to move to attach Morgan by his portable life support system. That's the backpack, the PLIS.
Airlock Houston on Space Ground 1. The EV crew is no longer hot mic'd.
And then as these crew members get attached, they'll start systematically taking a number of items off of the suits. They'll usually start with that mini workstation, so the large metallic devices you can see in the front of Drew Morgan there. Eventually moving to the helmets and the gloves as well. They'll take a lot of photos of the gloves as they'll get reviewed by teams down here on the ground just to see if they notice any damage or wear and tear on the gloves, as they do usually take the most beating during these spacewalks.
Talk to the EV crew from the airlock now.
We'll continue to hang with them until the helmets are off. For now, though, Morgan now getting attached. Christina Cook will follow soon after. And now Christina Cook making her way through the hatch back into the equipment lock. Again, they're going to remove that safer piece of hardware from the bottom of her portable life support system. And then she'll get linked back onto the wall just like Andrew Morgan already has been. So with both astronauts back inside of the equipment lock, you can see both Luca Parmitano and Jessica Meir helping to get all the different pieces off the suits. First, the mobile workstations with all of the excess tethers and tools from the front of the suits. They'll take some of the helmet enclosures off the top with the helmet cams and the lights. They'll also start getting the gloves off and the helmets. You may see them taking a lot of very close-up pictures of the gloves. That's done after every spacewalk, and those images get reviewed down on the ground just to make sure that the crews haven't incurred any damage to their gloves, as they are kind of the most likely spots to have any nicks or cuts is they're doing all of the walking with their hands. And so we'll see them flip the gauntlet part up of the glove and start to work those off. And you can see them unplugging the gloves. The gloves actually have heaters in them that connect into the suit's powers. You can see them disconnecting those cables. And at this point, we are just a couple of minutes away from the gloves and the helmets coming off. Once we see those helmets come off, we will be wrapping up today's coverage. If you are just tuning in, you missed a very successful spacewalk lasting 7 hours and 1 minute. It kicked off this morning at 6:39 a.m. Central, wrapped up at 1:40 p.m. Central, so just about 30 minutes ago. Both the crew members have made their way back inside of the airlock after an extremely successful day, able to move 3 nickel hydrogen batteries. These are the ones being replaced from their spots, 2 of them out to an exposed pallet where they're going to be put in a future HTV cargo vehicle and disposed of. One of them's on a newly installed adapter plate. They were also able to install not 1 but 2 lithium-ion batteries today. And we're going to be doing a total of 6 throughout all of the spacewalks in the coming weeks, replacing 12 nickel hydrogen batteries with the higher powered lithium-ion ones. So a very successful day, actually completing several tasks that were targeted for the second spacewalk, which is going to be coming up in 5 days from now on October 11th. And it looks like we've got the helmet off of Christina Cook. And Drew Morgan will be next up. Again, we do have 5 spacewalks currently planned in the month of October, 10 spacewalks out of U.S. airlocks from now until the end of November or early December, and then 1 additional Russian spacewalk in the mix as well. This is going to be a record pace from spacewalks staged out of airlocks on board the International Space Station. The only time previously in history we've had this many in this short of a time was when we were flying the space shuttle, and you would have 5 or 6 just in a very quick 2-week span on the shuttle. So a lot of work being done to swap out these batteries, and then later on when Luca Parmitano and Drew Morgan kick off around 5 spacewalks to go out and repair the alpha magnetic spectrometer. But today's spacewalk already in the books, again lasting 7 hours and 1 minute. This was the second spacewalk for both of these crew members, Christina Koch and Drew Morgan. Christina Koch now has 13 hours 46 minutes of spacewalking time on her resume. Drew Morgan 13 hours and 33 minutes. And this was the 219th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and operations, maintenance, and repair activities. And just flashing up the stats for you one more time here. Again, second spacewalk for Christina Koch and Drew Morgan. You can see their totals there. The spacewalk today, 7 hours and 1 minute. This was the 219th in support of space station operations and repairs, giving us a grand total of 1,374 hours and 27 minutes of spacewalking time. That translates to 57 days, 6 hours, and 27 minutes. So with this spacewalk in the books, we're now looking forward towards the next couple. Again, we had 5 planned. The next one's going to be coming up this Friday. Coverage time is going to start at the same time for all of these at 5:30 a.m. Central Time, with the spacewalks starting right around the 7 a.m. hour Central Time. The next spacewalk is going to be the same crew. They're going to swap positions. So Drew Morgan will be EV1, the lead spacewalker, and Christina Koch will swap into EV2. And then next week on Wednesday, October 16th, we'll have Drew Morgan and then NASA astronaut Jessica Meir heading out the door for the first time. Again, that'll be 2 and 3. We also have 4 and 5 on the plan, with Christina Koch and Jessica Meir scheduled to head out the door on October 21st. And then Luca Parmitano will get his first shot at one on this increment, going out the door with Jessica Meir on October 25th. So be sure to tune in for all of those spacewalks coming up throughout the month. Spacewalktober, as one of our flight directors so eloquently put it. But I do want to thank you for joining us. We started off early in the morning. It's now mid-afternoon. Not a bad way to spend a Sunday, watching 2 people walk outside in the vacuum of space 260 miles over your head, swapping out some batteries and getting all of their tasks completed successfully. So tune in later this week on Friday for Spacewalk number 2 as we continue this fall of spacewalks on the International Space Station. For now, though, we are going to go ahead and sign off. This is Mission Control Houston.
Alexei Ovchinin, the Soyuz commander, who will be in the center seat of the MS-12 vehicle, guiding that vehicle to its entry and landing. And NASA astronaut Nick Hague. Hague will be in the left seat of the Soyuz, as board engineer number 1. Al-Mansouri will be on the right side of Ovchinin, in the right seat as board engineer number 2 for tonight's entry and landing.
So guys, we'll see you on the ground, and you're going to proceed with hatch closure. Copy, and we'll proceed with hatch closure.
The Soyuz MS-12 that is departing the station a few hours from now, and there you see the hatch closing at 11:20 p.m. Central Time. The Soyuz hatch is now closed. The Soyuz crew on their side of the docking interface will conduct leak checks over the course of the next 2 orbits of the Earth, as Skvortsov now prepares to close the station hatch on the Rassvet side. And we have undocking.
SSVP mode.
The Soyuz MS-12 now flying free from the International Space Station. Undocking confirmed at 2:37 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time, as the International Space Station flew 260 miles over southeast Mongolia.
So 1 and 2 is illuminated. We can see the docking interface. It is clean. No foreign objects or FOD there.
The first lap on the way home for Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri, undocking occurring on time at 2:37 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time.
Ignition of the thrusters.
Two minutes away from the separation burn, an 8-second automated firing of the Soyuz engine to initiate a more aggressive opening rate from the International Space Station.
DPO operation is on.
Soyuz separation burn underway. Again, an 8-second burn to increase the opening rate.
8 seconds, DPO operation. We have
and the separation burn is complete.
Of the cycle. Copy. Those 1, 2, and 3 not illuminated, and accelerometer and naduvka DO. Messages. Copy. Go to page 85. Copy page 85.
Так. Есть. Выбор ДПО К1, К2.
I have
Выбор ДПО К1, выдаем А1.
DPO K1 and K2. Yes, send A11 command. Alexei, copy. I'm sending A11 command. A11 is sent. A13 is not illuminated. Copy.
Готов.
And there's our first view of the Soyuz MS-12 under its main parachute. The venting that you're seeing, valves have been opened to vent hydrogen peroxide fuel for the entry control thrusters and oxygen in the life support system tank. This is a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen escaping into the atmosphere to safe the Soyuz spacecraft for landing so that no hazardous gases remain in the vehicle's tanks when the soft landing engines fire a few seconds before touchdown. This is a normal occurrence at an altitude of some 18,000 feet. A cloudless day over south-central Kazakhstan to greet Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri. Russian Mi-8 helicopters, part of the Rosaviatsa search and recovery forces, are also circling the area around the Soyuz spacecraft. A good view of the Soyuz again, and there's the jettisoning of the heat shield. This exposes the altimeter at the bottom of the Soyuz descent module to calculate rate of descent and distance from the ground to update the Soyuz's computers for the firing of the soft landing engines just a couple of seconds before touchdown. Touchdown, right on the money, at 5:59 a.m. Central Time, 6:59 a.m. Eastern Time, 4:59 p.m. at the landing site. The soft landing engines having fired, the main parachute now reefing. Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri are home.
Пульс, как обычно, каждый раз. Наоборот.
Yeah, but you want me to try cars?
Алло, нападаете. Нам не достать. Алло, пропадайте, Павел. Сейчас слышу, да. Да. Сейчас, подожди, сейчас. Командир, готовы, нет? Надо. Алло. Все нормально. Алло. Все хорошо. На борту Международной космической станции знаменательное событие. Я, Алексей Овчинин, командир экспедиции 60, передаю командование Луке Пармитано, командиру экспедиции 61 на борту Международной космической станции. Это был длинный, интересный полет. У нас было много интересной работы. Мы принимали различные транспортные с американской стороны, так и с российской стороны. Сейчас на борту Международной космической станции находится 3 экипажа. Вместе с нами находится первый представитель Объединенных Арабских Эмиратов Аль-Мансури. Мы все вместе очень хорошая команда.
Together we're a great team. It's been exciting, it's been a thrill, it's been a ride. We've done it together and we've done it well, and to be honest with you, I want to stay back, I don't want to leave. I would like to stay back and continue working as part of this team, so thank you everybody for your support, for your help. It's been comforting and educational working with you all. And we're not saying goodbye, we're saying see you later.
I want to say
see you
big thank you
somewhere in space.
My crew, all MCCs, all people who prepared us, who supported, who helped us during our flight. Thank you very much. We are here on board the SS and you are on the Earth. We are together, very good team. Thank you very much and appreciate you for your help again. I want to say big thank you, my crew. It's outstanding team. It was very pleasant to work with you and I wish you all the best, space, health, and whatever you want. But time to change command. Luka, you will be next, ISS commander. I wish you interesting flight, successful flight, and all the best. This is a symbol of ISS commander. It's for you. Now you're ISS commander. My congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexei. It wouldn't be proper for me to use too many words on the first day and on the day of the change of command because I haven't done anything yet. So I will pick my words carefully, because some words are special. They carry a lot of potential and they realize themselves the moment you say them. So the first words I want to use is gratitude. First of all, thank you, Alexei, for your leadership during this expedition 60. If it has been, and it has been, a successful expedition, it's been thanks to your leadership, because attitude is a reflection of that. Not only yours, but also Christina's as our USOS lead. Thank you for your leadership in this expedition. I will certainly use your example, both of yours example, to create my own way of leading. My great gratitude also goes to those who chose me to be commander for this expedition, and so the MCP, all the leadership of our agencies, but also I feel very grateful for my country that formed me, for the system that let me be here today through education, the school, the Air Force Academy, the Air Force, and all those that participated in my education. Thank you to all of them. The second word that I want to choose today is humility. I feel humbled not only by the task that we have in front of us as a crew, but also by the crew that I am with. I've never seen in one place such an incredible gathering of talented people, and I feel so humbled in their presence. I have so much to learn from them, and I'm very much looking forward to that. And the last word, that it's the first time that I use it, it's confidence. Thanks to the training that I've received, thanks to all the years of preparation, but mostly thanks, again, to the crew that I have, I feel confident that even though right now all the tasks that we have in front of us look daunting, we as a crew will make it happen. And 4 months from now, we'll be looking at this day and thinking, yes, that confidence that we felt, the confidence that we feel, we deserved it. And I will do the best that I can to be at your service to deserve your confidence. Thank you very much. Thank you all for listening to these words.
Alexei Ovchinin, the Soyuz commander, who will be in the center seat of the MS-12 vehicle, guiding that vehicle to its entry and landing. And NASA astronaut Nick Hague. Hague will be in the left seat of the Soyuz, as board engineer number 1. Al-Mansouri will be on the right side of Ovchinin, in the right seat as board engineer number 2 for tonight's entry and landing.
So guys, we'll see you on the ground, and you're going to proceed with hatch closure. Copy, and we'll proceed with hatch closure.
The Soyuz MS-12 that is departing the station a few hours from now, and there you see the hatch closing at 11:20 p.m. Central Time. The Soyuz hatch is now closed. The Soyuz crew on their side of the docking interface will conduct leak checks over the course of the next 2 orbits of the Earth, as Skvortsov now prepares to close the station hatch on the Rassvet side. And we have undocking.
SSVP mode.
The Soyuz MS-12 now flying free from the International Space Station. Undocking confirmed at 2:37 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time, as the International Space Station flew 260 miles over southeast Mongolia.
So 1 and 2 is illuminated. We can see the docking interface. It is clean. No foreign objects or FOD there.
The first lap on the way home for Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri, undocking occurring on time at 2:37 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time.
Ignition of the thrusters.
Two minutes away from the separation burn, an 8-second automated firing of the Soyuz engine to initiate a more aggressive opening rate from the International Space Station.
DPO operation is on.
Soyuz separation burn underway. Again, an 8-second burn to increase the opening rate.
8 seconds, DPO operation. We have
and the separation burn is complete.
Of the cycle. Copy. Those 1, 2, and 3 not illuminated, and accelerometer and Naduf KDO. Messages. Copy. Go to page 85. Copy. Page 85.
Так.
Выбор ДПО К1, К2.
I have
Выбор ДПО К1, выдаем А1.
ДПО К1 and K2. Yes, send A11 command. Alexei, copy. I'm sending A11 command. A11 is sent. A13 is not eliminated. Copy.
Готов.
And there's our first view of the Soyuz MS-12 under its main parachute. The venting that you're seeing, valves have been opened to vent hydrogen peroxide fuel for the entry control thrusters and oxygen in the life support system tank. This is a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen escaping into the atmosphere to safe the Soyuz spacecraft for landing so that no hazardous gases remain in the vehicle's tanks when the soft landing engines fire a few seconds before touchdown. This is a normal occurrence at an altitude of some 8. Alexei Ovchinin, the Soyuz commander, who will be in the center seat of the MS-12 vehicle, guiding that vehicle to its entry and landing. And NASA astronaut Nick Hague. Hague will be in the left seat of the Soyuz, as board engineer number 1. Al-Mansouri will be on the right side of Ovchinin in the right seat as board engineer number 2 for tonight's entry and landing.
So guys, we'll see you on the ground, and you're going to proceed with hatch closure. Copy, and we'll proceed with hatch closure.
The Soyuz MS-12 that is departing the station a few hours from now, and there you see the hatch closing at 11:20 p.m. Central Time. The Soyuz hatch is now closed. The Soyuz crew on their side of the docking interface will conduct leak checks over the course of the next 2 orbits of the Earth, as Skvortsov now prepares to close the station hatch on the Rassvet side. And we have undocking.
SSVP mode.
The Soyuz MS-12 now flying free from the International Space Station. Undocking confirmed at 2:37 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time, as the International Space Station flew 260 miles over southeast Mongolia.
So 1 and 2 is illuminated. We can see the docking interface. It is clean. No foreign objects or FOD there.
The first lap on the way home for Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri on docking occurring on time at 2:37 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time.
Ignition of the thrusters.
Two minutes away from the separation burn, an 8-second automated firing of the Soyuz engine to initiate a more aggressive opening rate from the International Space Station.
DPO operation is on.
Soyuz separation burn underway. Again, an 8-second burn to increase the opening rate.
8 seconds, DPO operation. We have
and the separation burn is complete.
Of the cycle. Copy. Those 1, 2, and 3 not illuminated, and accelerometer and Naduf KDO. Messages. Copy. Go to page 85. Copy. Page 85.
Так. Есть. Выбор депо К1, К2.
Okay, I have
выбор депо К1, выдаем А1.
DPO K1 and K2. Yes, send A11 command. Alexei, copy. I'm sending A11 command. A11 is sent. A13 is not illuminated. Copy.
Готов.
And there's our first view of the Soyuz MS-12 under its main parachute. The venting that you're seeing, valves have been opened to vent hydrogen peroxide fuel for the entry control thrusters and oxygen in the life support system tank. This is a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen escaping into the atmosphere to safe the Soyuz spacecraft for landing so that no hazardous gases remain in the vehicle's tanks when the soft landing engines fire a few seconds before touchdown. This is a normal occurrence at an altitude of some 18,000 feet. A cloudless day over south-central Kazakhstan to greet Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri. Russian Mi-8 helicopters, part of the Rosaviatsa search and recovery forces, are also circling the area around the Soyuz spacecraft. A good view of the Soyuz again, and there's the jettisoning of the heat shield. This exposes the altimeter at the bottom of the Soyuz descent module to calculate rate of descent and distance from the ground to update the Soyuz's computers for the firing of the soft landing engines just a couple of seconds before touchdown. touchdown right on the money at 5:59 a.m. Central Time, 6:59 a.m. Eastern Time, 4:59 p.m. at the landing site. The soft landing engines having fired, the main parachute now reefing. Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri are home.
Пульс, как обычно, мягкая. Каждый раз. Прошлый раз наоборот.
Yeah, but you want me to try taller?
Алло, пропадаете. Нам не достать. Алло, пропадаете, Павел Михайлович. Сейчас слышу, да. Да.
Командир, готовы, нет? Надо.
Алло. Все нормально. Алло. Все хорошо. На борту Международной космической станции знаменательное событие. Я, Алексей Овчинин, командир экспедиции 60, передаю командование Луке Пармитано, командиру экспедиции 61 на борту Международной космической станции. Это был длинный, интересный полет. У нас было много интересной работы. Мы принимали различные транспортные с американской стороны, так и с российской стороны. Сейчас на борту Международной космической станции находится 3 экипажа. Вместе с нами находится первый представитель Объединенных Арабских Эмиратов Hazza Al-Mansouri. Вы все вместе очень хорошая команда.
Together we're a great team.
Интересно.
It's been exciting, it's been a thrill, it's been a ride. we've done it together and we've done it well. And to be honest with you, I want to stay back. I don't want to leave. I would like to stay back and continue working as part of this team. So thank you, everybody, for your support, for your help. It's been comforting and educational working with you all. And we're not saying goodbye, we're saying see you later.
I want to say
see you
big thank you
somewhere in space.
My crew, all MCCs, all people who prepared us, who supported, who helped us during our flight. Thank you very much. We are here on board the SS and you are on the Earth. We are together, very good team. Thank you very much and I appreciate you for your help again. I want to say big thank you, my crew. It's outstanding team. It was very pleasant to work with you and I wish you all the best, space, health, and whatever you want. But time to change command. Luca, you will be next, ISS commander. I wish you interesting flight, successful flight, and all the best. This is a symbol of ISS commander. It's for you. Now you're ISS commander. My congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexei. It wouldn't be proper for me to use too many words on the first day and on the day of the change of command because I haven't done anything yet. So I will pick my words carefully because some words are special. They carry a lot of potential and they realize themselves the moment you say them. So the first words I want to use is gratitude. First of all, thank you, Alexei, for your leadership during this expedition 60. If it has been, and it has been, a successful expedition, it's been for thank to your leadership, because attitude is a reflection of that. Not only yours, but also Christina's as our USOS lead. Thank you for your leadership in this expedition. I will certainly use your example, both of yours example, to create my own way of leading. My great gratitude also goes to those who chose me to be commander for this expedition, and so the MCP, all the leadership of our agencies. But also I feel very grateful for my country that formed me, for the system that let me be here today through education, the school, the Air Force Academy, the Air Force, and all those that participated in my education. Thank you to all of them. The second word that I want to choose today is humility. I feel humbled not only by the task that we have in front of us as a crew, but also by the crew that I am with. I've never seen in one place such an incredible gathering of talented people, and I feel so humbled in their presence. I have so much to learn from them, and I'm very much looking forward to that. And the last word, that it's the first time that I use it, it's confidence. Thanks to the training that I've received, thanks to all the years of preparation, but mostly thanks again to the crew that I have, I feel confident that even though right now all the tasks that we have in front of us look daunting, we as a crew will make it happen. And 4 months from now, we'll be looking at this day and thinking, yes, that confidence that we felt, the confidence that we feel, we deserved it. And I will do the best that I can to be at your service to deserve your confidence. Thank you very much. Thank you all for listening to these words.
Alexei Ovchinin, the Soyuz commander, who will be in the center seat of the MS-12 vehicle, guiding that vehicle to its entry and landing, and NASA astronaut Nick Hague. Hague will be in the left seat of the Soyuz, as board engineer number 1. Al-Mansouri will be on the right side of Ovchinin, in the right seat as board engineer number 2 for tonight's entry and landing.
So guys, we'll see you on the ground, and you're going to proceed with hatch closure. Copy, and we'll proceed with hatch closure.
The Soyuz MS-12 that is departing the station a few hours from now, and there you see the hatch closing at 11:20 p.m. Central Time. The Soyuz hatch is now closed. The Soyuz crew on their side of the docking interface will conduct leak checks over the course of the next 2 orbits of the Earth, as Skvortsov now prepares to close the station hatch on the Rassvet side. And we have undocking.
SSVP mode.
The Soyuz MS-12 now flying free from the International Space Station. Undocking confirmed at 2:37 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time, as the International Space Station flew 260 miles over southeast Mongolia.
So 1 and 2 is illuminated. We can see the docking interface. It is clean. No foreign objects or FOD there.
The first lap on the way home for Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri, undocking occurring on time at 2:37 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time.
Ignition of the thrusters.
Two minutes away from the separation burn, an 8-second automated firing of the Soyuz engine to initiate a more aggressive opening rate from the International Space Station.
DPO operation is on.
Soyuz separation burn underway. Again, an 8-second burn to increase the opening rate.
8 seconds, DPO operation. We have
and the separation burn is complete.
Of the cycle. Copy. Those 1, 2, and 3 not illuminated, and accelerometer and naduvka DO. Messages. Copy. Go to page 85. Copy. Page 85.
Так. Есть. Выбор ДПО К1, К2.
Okay, I have
выбор ДПО К1, выдаем А1.
ДПО К1 and K2. Yes, send A11 command. Alexei, copy. I'm sending A11 command. A11 is sent. A13 is not illuminated. Copy.
Готов.
And there's our first view of the Soyuz MS-12 under its main parachute. The venting that you're seeing, valves have been opened to vent hydrogen peroxide fuel for the entry control thrusters and oxygen in the life support system tank. This is a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen escaping into the atmosphere to safe the Soyuz spacecraft for landing so that no hazardous gases remain in the vehicle's tanks when the soft landing engines fire a few seconds before touchdown. This is a normal occurrence at an altitude of some 18,000 feet. A cloudless day over south-central Kazakhstan to greet Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri. Russian Mi-8 helicopters, part of the Rosaviatsa search and recovery forces, are also circling the area around the Soyuz spacecraft. A good view of the Soyuz again, and there's the jettisoning of the heat shield. This exposes the altimeter at the bottom of the Soyuz descent module to calculate rate of descent and distance from the ground to update the Soyuz's computers for the firing of the soft landing engines just a couple of seconds before touchdown. Touchdown, right on the money, at 5:59 a.m. Central Time, 6:59 a.m. Eastern Time, 4:59 p.m. at the landing site. The soft landing engines having fired, the main parachute now reefing. Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri are home.
Пульс, как обычно, каждый раз. Наоборот.
Yeah, but you want me to try hard?
Алло, пропадаете. Нам не достать. Алло, алло, пропадаете, Павел Георгиевич. Сейчас слышу, да. Да. Сейчас, подожди, сейчас. Командир, готовы? Надо. Алло. Все нормально. Алло. Все хорошо.
Alexei Ovchinin, the Soyuz commander, who will be in the center seat of the MS-12 vehicle, guiding that vehicle to its entry and landing. And NASA astronaut Nick Hague. Hague will be in the left seat of the Soyuz, as board engineer number 1. Al-Mansouri will be on the right side of Ovchinin, in the right seat as board engineer number 2 for tonight's entry and landing.
So guys, we'll see you on the ground, and you're going to proceed with hatch closure. Copy, and we'll proceed with hatch closure.
The Soyuz MS-12 that is departing the station a few hours from now, and there you see the hatch closing at 11:20 p.m. Central Time. The Soyuz hatch is now closed. The Soyuz crew on their side of the docking interface will conduct leak checks over the course of the next 2 orbits of the Earth, as Skvortsov now prepares to close the station hatch on the Rassvet side. And we have undocking.
SSVP mode.
The Soyuz MS-12 now flying free from the International Space Station. Undocking confirmed at 2:37 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time, as the International Space Station flew 260 miles over southeast Mongolia.
So 1 and 2 is illuminated. We can see the docking interface. It is clean. No foreign objects or FOD there.
The first lap on the way home for Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri, undocking occurring on time at 2:37 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time.
Ignition of the thrusters.
Two minutes away from the separation burn, an 8-second automated firing of the Soyuz engine to initiate a more aggressive opening rate from the International Space Station.
DPO operation is on.
Soyuz separation burn underway. Again, an 8-second burn to increase the opening rate.
8 seconds, DPO operation. We have
and the separation burn is complete.
Of the cycle. Copy. Those 1, 2, and 3 not illuminated, and accelerometer and Naduf KDO. Messages. Copy. Go to page 85. Copy. Page 85.
Так. Есть. Выбор ДПО К1, К2.
I have
выбор ДПО К1, выдаем А1.
ДПО К1 and K2. Yes, send A11 command. Alexei, copy. I'm sending A11 command. A11 is sent. A13 is not illuminated. Copy.
Готов.
And there's our first view of the Soyuz MS-12 under its main parachute. The venting that you're seeing, valves have been opened to vent hydrogen peroxide fuel for the entry control thrusters and oxygen in the life support system tank. This is a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen escaping into the atmosphere to safe the Soyuz spacecraft for landing so that no hazardous gases remain in the vehicle's tanks when the soft landing engines fire a few seconds before touchdown. This is a normal occurrence at an altitude of some 18,000 feet. A cloudless day over south-central Kazakhstan to greet Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri. Russian Mi-8 helicopters, part of the Rosaviatsa search and recovery forces, are also circling the area around the Soyuz spacecraft. A good view of the Soyuz again, and there's the jettisoning of the heat shield. This exposes the altimeter at the bottom of the Soyuz descent module to calculate rate of descent and distance from the ground to update the Soyuz's computers for the firing of the soft landing engines just a couple of seconds before touchdown. Touchdown, right on the money, at 5:59 a.m. Central Time, 6:59 a.m. Eastern Time, 4:59 p.m. at the landing site. The soft landing engines having fired, the main parachute now reefing. Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri are home.
Пульс, как обычно, каждый раз. Наоборот.
Yeah, but you want me to try car?
Алло, нападайте. Нам не даст. Сейчас слышу, да. Да. Сейчас, подожди, сейчас. Командир, готовы, нет? Надо. Алло. Все нормально. Алло. Все хорошо.
На борту Международной космической станции знаменательное событие. Я, Алексей Овчинин, командир экспедиции 60, передаю командование Луке Пармитано, командиру экспедиции 61 на борту Международной космической станции. Это был длинный, интересный полет. У нас было много интересной работы. Мы принимали различные транспортные с американской стороны, так и с российской стороны. Сейчас на борту Международной космической станции с нами находится первый представитель Объединенных Арабских Эмиратов Аза Аль-Мансури. Вы все вместе очень хорошая команда.
Together we're a great team. It's been exciting, it's been a thrill, it's been a ride. We've done it together and we've done it well, and to be honest with you, I want to stay back, I don't want to leave. I would like to stay back and continue working as part of this team, so thank you everybody for your support, for your help. It's been comforting and educational working with you all. And we're not saying goodbye, we're saying see you later.
I want to say
see you
big thank you
somewhere in space.
My crew, all MCCs, all people who prepared us, who supported, who helped us during our flight. Thank you very much. We are here on board the SS and you are on the Earth. We are together, very good team. Thank you very much and I appreciate you for your help again. I want to say big thank you my crew. It's outstanding team. It was very pleasant to work with you and I wish you all the best, space, health, and whatever you want. But time to change command. Luka, you will be next, ISS commander. I wish you interesting flight, successful flight, and all the best. This is a symbol of ISS commander. It's for you. Now you're ISS commander. My congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexei. It wouldn't be proper for me to use too many words on the first day and on the day of the change of command because I haven't done anything yet. So I will pick my words carefully, because some words are special. They carry a lot of potential and they realize themselves the moment you say them. So the first words I want to use is gratitude. First of all, thank you, Alexei, for your leadership during this expedition 60. If it has been, and it has been, a successful expedition, it's been for thank to your leadership, because attitude is a reflection of that. Not only yours, but also Christina's as our USOS lead. Thank you for your leadership in this expedition. I will certainly use your example, both of yours example, to create my own way of leading. My great gratitude also goes to those who chose me to be commander for this expedition, and so the MCP, all the leadership of our agencies, but also I feel very grateful for my country that formed me, for the system that let me be here today through education, the school, the Air Force Academy, the Air Force, and all those that participated in my education. Thank you to all of them. The second word that I want to choose today is humility. I feel humbled not only by the task that we have in front of us as a crew, but also by the crew that I am with. I've never seen in one place such an incredible gathering of talented people, and I feel so humbled in their presence. I have so much to learn from them, and I'm very much looking forward to that. And the last word, that it's the first time that I use it, it's confidence. Thanks to the training that I've received, thanks to all the years of preparation, but mostly thanks, again, to the crew that I have, I feel confident that even though right now all the tasks that we have in front of us look daunting, we as a crew will make it happen. And 4 months from now, we'll be looking at this day and thinking, yes, that confidence that we felt, the confidence that we feel, we deserved it. And I will do the best that I can to be at your service to deserve your confidence. Thank you very much. Thank you all for listening to these words.
Alexei Ovchinin, the Soyuz commander, who will be in the center seat of the MS-12 vehicle, guiding that vehicle to its entry and landing. And NASA astronaut Nick Hague. Hague will be in the left seat of the Soyuz, as board engineer number 1. Al-Mansouri will be on the right side of Ovchinin, in the right seat as board engineer number 2 for tonight's entry and landing.
So guys, we'll see you on the ground, and you're going to proceed with hatch closure. Copy, and we'll proceed with hatch closure.
The Soyuz MS-12 that is departing the station a few hours from now, and there you see the hatch closing at 11:20 p.m. Central Time. The Soyuz hatch is now closed. The Soyuz crew on their side of the docking interface will conduct leak checks over the course of the next 2 orbits of the Earth, as Skvortsov now prepares to close the station hatch on the Rassvet side. And we have undocking.
SSVP mode.
The Soyuz MS-12 now flying free from the International Space Station. Undocking confirmed at 2:37 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time, as the International Space Station flew 260 miles over southeast Mongolia.
So 1 and 2 is illuminated. We can see the docking interface. It is clean. No foreign objects or FOD there.
The first lap on the way home for Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri, undocking occurring on time at 2:37 and 30 seconds a.m. Central Time.
Of the thrusters.
Two minutes away from the separation burn, an 8-second automated firing of the Soyuz engine to initiate a more aggressive opening rate from the International Space Station.
DPO operation is on.
Soyuz separation burn underway. Again, an 8-second burn to increase the opening rate.
8 seconds, DPO operation. We have
and the separation burn is complete.
Of the cycle. Copy. Those 1, 2, and 3 not illuminated, and accelerometer and nadduv KDO. Messages. Copy. Go to page 85. Copy. Page 85.
Так. Есть. Выбор депо К1, К2.
Okay, I have
Выбор депо К1, выдаем А1.
Depot K1 and K2. Yes, send A11 command. Alexei, copy. I'm sending A11 command. A11 is sent. A13 is not eliminated. Copy.
Готов.
And there's our first view of the Soyuz MS-12 under its main parachute. The venting that you're seeing, valves have been opened to vent hydrogen peroxide fuel for the entry control thrusters and oxygen in the life support system tank. This is a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen escaping into the atmosphere to safe the Soyuz spacecraft for landing so that no hazardous gases remain in the vehicle's tanks when the soft landing engines fire a few seconds before touchdown. This is a normal occurrence at an altitude of some 18,000 feet. A cloudless day over south-central Kazakhstan to greet Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri. Russian Mi-8 helicopters, part of the Rosaviatsa search and recovery forces, are also circling the area around the Soyuz spacecraft. A good view of the Soyuz again, and there's the jettisoning of the heat shield. This exposes the altimeter at the bottom of the Soyuz descent module to calculate rate of descent and distance from the ground to update the Soyuz's computers for the firing of the soft landing engines just a couple of seconds before touchdown. Touchdown, right on the money, at 5:59 a.m. Central Time, 6:59 a.m. Eastern Time, 4:59 p.m. at the landing site. The soft landing engines having fired, the main parachute now reefing. Nick Hague, Alexei Ovchinin, and Hazza Ali Al-Mansouri are home.
Как обычно, мягкая. Каждый раз. Просто рассматривал, наоборот.
Yeah, but you want me to try car?
Если что, могу. Алло, нападаете.
Нам не достать.
Алло. Сейчас слышу, да. Да.
Сейчас, подожди, сейчас. Командир, готовы, нет? Надо.
Алло.
Все нормально.
Алло.
Все хорошо.
Alexei Ovchinin, the Soyuz commander, who will be in the center seat of the MS-12 vehicle, guiding that vehicle to its entry and landing. And NASA astronaut Nick Hague. Hague will be in the left seat of the Soyuz,